Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, I do have to fix that. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Americas number 240. We are back. It's good to be back here in the land of the Americas with your weekly dose of ESL Americas StarCraft. I'm, of course, Showside VIP. Here with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, by these amazing players, and by, of course, my lovely plushies as well, always keeping me company. We have our first series, we have our first match, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is massive, full of players, and we can dive into the bracket after our first series. For now, we have a PVZ, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have our American Protoss player, the green Protoss. Representing Team GGCF, it is Probe Scout. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Zerg player, the purple Zerg, going for a very aggressive start. Aggression on aggression. We have, representing Born Gosu, Hunted Swarm. Let's go. Predictions are open in the chat if you guys want to place your bets. Meanwhile, boys are being pulled. The pylon has been thrown down. Probe Scout is known for one thing only, for probe scouting and for cannon rushing. He does cannon rush quite prevalently, quite frequently. He even cannon rushed Zest to death a couple of years ago, back in his heyday, back in, I think it was 2021, maybe 2020, many years ago. The cannon has been thrown down. The wall is solid, and the cannon is going to get up and running. It is going to get up, bearing in mind this is a dedicated cannon rush. There's no expansion behind this. We do cancel the pylon, we turn to the gateway, more cannons on the way. We're slowly encroaching upon the main base of Hunted Swarm. Now remember, Hunted Swarm did go for an earlier spawning pool. We have earlier Lings on the way, earlier Queen potential as well. The Queen is delayed though amidst all this chaos, and as a result, these Lings won't be able to get much done, but they will get across the map. They do slip out across the map. Speaking of, Probe Scout forced a cannon of his own, forced a wall off as well. So a nice forcing of a reaction here out of Probe Scout. We do force a gateway, force a cannon as well. Resources spent elsewhere. Meanwhile, Hunter Swarm back at home should be working towards, I would hope, a Roach Warren. For now is investing into Ling Speed and more Lings. This I'm less convinced by. The Lings have arrived. They can chip away at the wall, but the cannon should finish up in time. We should be able to defend. Yeah, the cannon is done. Lings are being shot down. Meanwhile, across the map, we have more Lings on the way, but again, they can't really do much as Lings are forced back. And again, typically against this kind of build, against this kind of cannon rush, we would love to see, something like a Roach Warren, like Ravager's Breakout, maybe Ling Vane. For now, we're droning up, and I'm curious what direction we're going to go in. There it is. Roach Warren has now been thrown down for Hunted Swarm. Meanwhile, a shout out in the chat to Dave Tester. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Had a great ladder session. I saw that, I think you were streaming Stormgate and then StarCraft. Regardless, thank you so much. Gah, papi, gah. Thank you. Thank you. Shout outs at Dave Testa. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. Of course, we are here in the first series of the night. Lings are looking for proxies out on the map for ninja bases. Likewise, so is Probe Scout, both players being very vigilant when it comes to our scouting. When it comes to the overall build of Probe Scout, we have cannons, yes, but the tech has been quite delayed. This Cybercore feels quite late in comparison to everything else, but now that the Cybercore is done, we can throw down a Stargate or a Robo, we can double down and we can commit. And there it is, we have a Robo. It is going to be a Robo here from Probe Scout. Meanwhile, Hunted Swarm back in the main base going for a fast lair. This lair could be for a Nidus. We could try to Nidus across the map. Overlord is in position. We can, of course, run the Nidus in the main, in the natural, and try to lay siege upon the Protoss player. Otherwise, we could see something wild like Infestation Pit into Swarm Host Nidus. But it should be just, Roaches, Ravagers, Nidus Swarm. Like, that does make the most sense given the situation. As, yeah, the Overlord is intentionally getting behind the mineral line. We can see as well, Probe Scout, he's vigilant about scouting his main base, making sure there is no hidden area, hidden location in the main in case there was a Nidus a little bit further back. So Probe Scout is aware. Adept does shade in. Ooh, gets 2 drones, not bad. 2 drones will go down. We get a 3rd drone as well. 3 drone kills already, a massive amount of damage. Doesn't sound like a lot, but bearing in mind, Hunted Swarm is on 1 base economy, doesn't have much of an economy to begin with. The economy is barely there. There we go. Nidus Swarm is on the way. We're not going to have any Ravagers, just vanilla Roaches. We're going to have Speedlings as well, which can help reinforce. But the question becomes, can we even get it up and running? Like, Nidus Swarm is good and all, but For the probes, they can surround. We have an adept in the main as well. We have DPS available. It's not going to be the easiest to get up and running. Yeah, we have a cannon further back in the main as well. So do we go for the Nidus in the main or at the natural instead and try to work our way in? We're going for the main. Overseer has arrived. Meanwhile, across the map, Immortals have been backing up. Forced to recall. Oh, that's a pretty big reaction. The army does recall back home. Nidus swim into the main base. Probe Scout. He sees. He does see. He does confirm, and he should respond with that Immortal. Yeah, we'll get on top of it, and that Nidus will not complete. Yeah, we are all over it. Nidus swim gets shut down. Meanwhile, across the map, we have to slowly work our way out. Again, no Ravagers, so not going to be the cleanest trade breaking down these cannons. Not the easiest, as Disruptors are now on the way. Oof, yes. We get one cannon, we take a lot of damage on these Roaches. But Disruptors are coming, and Probe Scout, he's still in control. We're getting to Roach speed, we don't really have much gas to work with. And making 2 Ravagers. And we can still go for another Nidus Swarm outside of the main. That is still a viable option here for Hunted Swarm. Is viable. Whether it's at the natural or outside of the third. The army does break out. We still have that Overlord outside as well. We can still try to go for Nidus, but I mean, yeah, we're patrolling in the main. Just have arrived. The Disruptor is here. No kills yet. Oh! And this isn't the strongest contain from Probe Scout. Like, there's no shield batteries, only a handful of cannons. We could see Hunted Swarm try to break out, but here come the reinforcements, and now we're up to 2 Disruptors. We build up towards 2. Nova goes up. Oh! Does take down a Tumor. Spinecrawler taking a lot of hits as well. There was, oh my god, nice Miles. We sniped the Prism. Not a bad pickoff. War Prism goes down. The Spinecrawlers are still barely standing. Barely. Oh, but a brutal force field as we lock down the main army. Nova's going to be going off, and yeah, there is no escape. Massive connections. We take down the Ravagers, almost all of them. GG gets called, and Probe Scout will take game number 1. GG. Probe Scout does take the first game. And we'll take a lead in the series. Again, Probe Scout, he's known for cannon rushing. He famously or infamously did a cannon rush Zest out of an ESL Open Cup America a couple of years ago. That was kind of like his, I think, maybe biggest accomplishment, especially considering this was Zest in his prime, Zest on top of the world. So Probe Scout, he's got that kind of accolade behind him. And does take the first game. We'll see if Hunted Swarm can acclimate, though. Again, I'm sure Hunted Swarm is a little bit less familiar with Probe Scouts, is maybe a little bit less aware of the kind of playstyle he goes for. Now more so. You know, now he's a little bit more, gonna be a little bit more adept at responding and scouting and reacting here to Probe Scout. I want to believe. I want to believe. So we're getting into game number 2. It's gonna be on Alcyone. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Hello, Pecoeta. Hello. I saw Cyberjohn as well. Ursus. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Young Alistair as well. Welcome, welcome. I saw Sounder, Werehog as well. Mr. Calculon. Welcome. Good morning. It is 9:23 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. Quite early. I could barely sleep today. I don't know why. I slept like 4 hours or something. I woke up at like 6 a.m. It's not good. Wake up at 6, so I'm a little bit, you know, I'm a little bit out of it, but it's fine. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. As we are settling in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our American Protoss player, the Green Protoss, representing clan at TGCF. It is Probe Scout. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the Purple Zerg, representing Born Gosu. It is Hunted Swarm. Here we go. On the chat, really? Yeah. Very, very famous series between Probe Scout and Zest. This was back in, again, it was either 2020 or 2021. It was one of those 2 years. Long time ago. But now, another forge. We have another forge on the way. Probe Scout setting up another cannon rush. Again, it's all he does. It's all he does, which is why he is one of the best at it. Let's go. As boys are going to be pulled. Once again, Hunter Swarm, again, is a little bit more aware of what's going on. Trying to shut this down ahead of time, but the pylon does finish. Yeah, backup pylon on the way. We have walled off, and now we have room for a cannon. Speaking of, there it is. Oh, it was misplaced as the probe got stuck there against the wall, but the cannon now gets replaced. We replace the gateway as well. And this cannon will finish. These 3 drones won't be able to deny anything here. They're going to try, but yeah, this is wasted mining time. This is wasted, really, time for these drones to be attacking when they could otherwise be mining resources. Oh, we're going for we're going for a ninja base. Okay, this I can get behind. This I can get behind as we're going for an extractor trick, a gas steal across the map, making it a little bit more difficult to invest into roaches and ravagers. But with this proxy, we can go for either roaches across the map. We can just go for a ling flood as well. In general, I would love to see a bit of an earlier roach warren than last game, but we'll see. We'll see what Hunter Swarm goes for, as the cannon rush is under full swing. Back at home, we should be seeing a Cyber Core to get into the proxy robo. There it is. Cyber Core is on the way. Gas is being focused down. This time, we have not invested into any spine crawlers. And there is that roach warren. So we're going for proxy roaches across the map. With 2 gas saturation, we should be able to afford a handful of ravagers. I'm referring to around 4 ravagers. And that should be enough to break through this defensive line, especially if Probe Scout does not throw down cannons back at home. Like, Probe Scout is looking vulnerable. For now. So we have our wall of cannons finishing. Cybercore is done. We should soon be seeing that robo. Assuming it's a robo, it could be a Stargate. That's also possible. He's scouting! No! Oh my, as Probe Scout, he will move out and does get eyes on the proxy. He's aware of the hatchery. I mean, we saw this last game, if you remember, where Probe Scout, he was checking and scouting around the edge of the map. So, did it in game 1. Here in game 2, it pays off. I mean, Probe Scout, he scouts with the probe. He's crazy. Oh my god, he's on brand. Roaches are amassing. Back at home, we should be seeing cannons. Uh-oh. So Probe Scout is aware of what's going on and still no reaction in the main. That I'm concerned about. I'm concerned. He can try to recall back home as Hunter Swarm is supply blocked. Stalkers are racing back. Ravagers on the way back at home. Ooh, okay, that's a little bit disjointed. And Probe Scout looking to lay siege upon the base itself. But again, his main is so exposed. We can send it, Pappy. We can send it. Warp gate isn't done, which means we can't reinforce. Like, a recall is the only way to save this. But the longer this goes on, the higher chances there are of Probe Scout defending. There we go. Shield battery is now on the way. Have we taken too long? Oh, we're droning. As Hunter Swarm is making some workers. Ooh, the Stalkers, they distract the Roaches. Roaches are pulled away. Shield battery will finish. And Hunter Swarm, he is being distracted by these Stalkers. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, we can afford to lose this space. We don't need it. If we could have broken in, if we could have shut down the economy in the main, that could have been game. I mean, that would have been a win condition, maybe. That's the better way of putting it. But meanwhile, here comes the rest of the army. You have the Immortal, we have the Stalkers, and yeah, we're forcing a fight here. Out in the open, we focus on the Spine Crawler. Spine Crawler falls. Hunter Swarm not even fighting with his entire army. There we go. He is now trying to break out. He's working on it. Yeah, we're going to bleed out a lot of Roaches. Roaches are going down. With the help of the Prism as well, we can micro back to the Immortal. The Immortal should not die. the micro is there. GG gets called. We pull Hunted Swarm apart, and Probe Scout will take the series 2-0. GG. He does it again. GG, well played. Probe Scout, he will take the series and advance on into the next round. I mean, Probe Scout, he was the favorite player coming into this. Like, he cannon rushes almost exclusively, so he's well versed in all things cannons, and GG, well played. Probe Scout will take it, will advance on into the next round. My condolences to Hunted Swarm. I do hope that Hunted Swarm does take a look at the replays, does go over them, and does try to adjust himself. I mean, again, it's not easy defending against cannon rushes, especially if you're not used to it. Like, if you're laddering, how often do you get cannon rushed, right? Like, once a ladder session, if that, maybe like once a week or once a month. Like, I know it's not the most common of things. I mean, I guess depending on your ladder experiences, it's all subjective, but because of that, it can be difficult to come up with a response on the fly, especially if you're a little bit less practiced in that. So GG, well played. Regardless, Hunted Swarm, he was working on it. He was getting there. I appreciate it. And Probe Scout will take the series, and we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket and figure out where we are headed. Let's go. Let us go. As I do need a moment to set this up, and then we can go over this from the top. ESL Americas, bam, beautiful. Okay, from the top, as we get ready for our next series, should be in the round of 32. As we already have our next opponent, but from the top we can go over our players. We have MaxPax. MaxPax in the upper half of the bracket. MaxPax is the #1 seed of the tournament. He's the heavy favorite. We'll see if anyone can bring MaxPax down. Oh, the pressure is on. We do have UFO and Chicano facing off to face two. The winner faces off against MaxPax. Scrolling down, we have Ninja versus Bamyolja. I feel like that's going to be a close series. I believe that is a ZVT. Ninja, oh no, sorry. I think Ninja's a Protoss and Bamyolja's a Terran, so a PVT. Currently mid-series when it goes up against most likely MaxPax. Scrolling down, we have Hon Mono, the most honorable of honorables, a very cheesy Korean Terran player living in Japan. So Hon Mono is in the round of 32, waiting for the winner Don't Defense and Bokujin. Scrolling down, we have Epic versus Sueta. Hon Mono versus Epic is going to be a spicy TBT in the round of 16. I do look forward to it. Hope they get casted. Wish them both the best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Nickract. Nickract waiting for the winner of Spacing and the World. Winner goes up against the winner of Rebellion, Jay, and Mame. I feel like Rebellion is favored, and Rebellion versus Nickract is also going to be a spicy round of 16 match, so I wish them both the best of luck as well. Nickract and Rebellion, both comparable in skill. Nickract being a very aggressive player, and is our most recent Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. Nickract, he did just win the Sparkling Tuna Cup, so I do have high expectations for Nickract. Scrolling down, we do have YSCH, that is Chaos Fate. For those of you that are more familiar with the Latin American scene, he is a Peruvian Terran player. So Chaos Fate up against Chuchilla, the American Zerg, in the round of 32. Scrolling down, we have our boy, we have Dolan. Let's go. We have the Danger Dolan himself in the round of 32, waiting for his next opponent. He will go up against the winner of Chaos Fate and Chuchilla. I do believe that should be Chaos Fate, so potential TBT into the winner of Nickract and Rebellion. Honestly, I would love to cast Dolan. I would love to cover him, but you know, we'll see if we can get there in the end. We have our own matches up ahead of us. We have our own series coming up. Scrolling down, we have Battle B. We have Battle B waiting for the winner of Fury and the Mohawk. Battle B going to be favored there to advance on to the round 16. Winner goes, he will be going up against the winner of Greenert and Matt. Honestly, I feel like this is going to be a close one. I feel like Greenert and Matt is going to be a close series here, so we'll see who does advance on. I believe Greenert is a Terran player and Matt is a Zerg, if I remember correctly. Regardless, wish them the best. Scrolling down, we have Azura. We have Azura, the Italian Protoss, waiting for the winner of Soil and Luciano. It should be Luciano, the Chilean Terran player, up against Azura in the round of 32. Winner goes up against most likely Foxer in the round of 16. So again, a lot of really spicy matches happening in the round of 16. And even Luciano versus Azura is going to be a lot of fun as well. Do look forward to that. Scrolling down, we have our portion of the bracket. I should also update the players on what's going on. Should just should update the admins. Well, we have a Probe Scout up against Baby Marine. That is our next series. That is our next matchup. It's going to be a PvT between our American Cannon Rusher and the Italian Terran. Let's go. Is going to be that TVP. So we'll be jumping all over that. Winner goes up against most likely Mixu in the next round. That is what we are paying attention to. That's what we're focusing on. Scrolling down, we have Rare versus Patches, and Nice waiting for the winner of Slayer's MVP and Galgatin? Best of luck. Again, Nice is the number 2 seed. Can anyone stop Nice and Max Fax from facing off against each other? We'll find out. We're here to find out. Best of luck. Vetoes are done. We are jumping into game 1 on Ghost River. Let's go. Oh. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Italian Terran player. The Red Terran himself has been patiently waiting, but ready to flex his skills against the Cannon Rusher. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Brodos player, the Teal Brodos representing Clan TGCF. It is a Probe Scout. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series and advance on into the next round. My eyes are definitely on Probe Scout. We'll see if Baby Marine can survive the aggressive nature of his opponent. Oh, it's a love heart. Ah, look at that. Do love to see it. Este Probe Scout. He's going for the Forge, by the way. He's like, take my love, Papi. You'll like it. In the form of cannons. And this can be terrifying. Ideally, we're going to be setting up behind the mineral line to try to lay siege upon the SCVs. And there we go. We do throw down the pylons. Cannon's going to be on the way. And Baby Marine, ooh, even panic canceling that gas. Going to try and dive on that pylon. The Forge is done. The pylon's not yet. We do have a second probe on the low ground. Second probe is getting in position. Pylon will finish. Cannons are on the way. This first pylon is going to go down, though. Again, a quick response out of Baby Marine can focus down that pylon. Likewise, cannons on the low ground. And can we wall off in time? Ooh, we barely can. Whew. Oh my god, the probe escaped. The probe got away. We have a second pylon. Again, we can throw down cannons on the low ground as well once we have the money for it. Actually, we can just keep going into the main. We can keep pushing. Yeah, the cannon is done. We're getting within range of the SCVs. And is it over before it began? Is this too much? Is this too late? Yeah, more cannons on the way. We have one Marine to work with. One Baby Marine. Is it enough? Let's go. The probe is getting low. The probe has taken a lot of hits. And yeah, we evacuate. We give up on the main base. We get the hell out of here. And now it looks like the main belongs to Probe Scout. If only we had cannons on the low ground. If only we had them. Ay, ay, ay. As here we go, we are going to be floating on over towards that low ground, towards the natural. There we go. Cannons now on the way. They're a little bit delayed. And can Baby Marine deny that cannon? Uh-oh. Can he deny it? Yeah, it looks like he can. He's within range. If we had set up ahead of time, just saying. But Baby Marine, he's back up and running. He's on one base economy. Meanwhile, Probe Scout, this cannon rush was okay. Did do some damage, but not enough. Not enough damage dealt. Not all we were looking for. Meanwhile, shout out in the chat to Dave Testa, resubscribing, 18 months. That's it. Thank you so much for resubbing. We do appreciate it. As we have the gateway on the way. The cannon is getting some damage, and it did disrupt the build of Baby Marine, true, but we have a factory in production as well, working towards cyclones, working towards tanks. Going for extra gateways, no, there is a cyber core, but no Stargate or Robo, just additional gateway units. Going for stalkers. And we can chip away at these Marines. And chip away. The Marines are getting low, but they're still up and running. Cyclones on the way as well. Bunker being thrown down. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Baby Marine. And Probe Scout, we have to try to break through. We do have a second Stalker. Can we deny that bunker? It looks like so far we are. There we get 2 SCV kills, sorry, 4 in total. Stalker taking some hits. Cyclone has arrived. Oh, we need to deny the bunker. Can we get it? Oh, the SCV barely goes down. SCV does fall. And can we get it again? We cannot. Barely not. The bunker does complete. Now we can load it up. We have an anchor point now for the main army of Baby Marine. We do get a cannon up and running on the low ground though, just barely. Okay, okay. We're within range of the bunker. Boys are being pulled after repair. Probe Scout gaining ground. Gets an SCV going for the Cyclone. Ooh, one Stalker does fall. We get a lock-on as well. Lock-on is broken, but Stalker does go down as well. That's 2 Stalkers going down, but we deny mining in the main. Or in the natural, what do we call it? Up, getting another Stalker. The tank has arrived, and I feel like with the help of the tank, we should shut this down. The cannon rush was semi-successful, but not successful enough. The tank has arrived. The cannon falls. And we will eventually deal with this. We'll eventually shut this down. Now we got 1 more Stalker kill. We're down to 2. Down to 1. We have additional Stalkers on the high ground. The Robo is done. Immortals are on the way. But for the most part, Probe Scout, he's kind of run out of steam. He's run out of steam in the main base. We have Banshees on the way. Another tank. Oh, even Baby Marine sending the Banshee across the map. Oh, he's sending it across. And there's not much to defend. There's a cannon here towards the left, but not towards the right. We are in the mineral line. Probes are going down. And Probe Scout, he's forced to recall back home. And that's going to make it that much easier for Baby Marine to clean up the cannon rush. And to clean up the main. As the Banshee's wreaking havoc. We get 5 probe kills so far. Ooh, getting another probe. Getting 6, getting 7. Ooh. 8 probe kills. The Banshee does overextend for a moment. But just for a moment. Now, the Immortals, they can try to focus down the tanks, but the problem is that the tank count is getting higher. You know, 1 tank, maybe 2 tanks, it's possible, but getting up to 3 tanks with a bunker as well, it's that much more unlikely. Yeah, we're just going for the dive. GG gets called. There's not enough, and Baby Marine will survive the cannon rush. GG. GG. Baby Marine will take game number 1. He will survive, but that was merely only game 1. Let's get ready for game 2. Now, what I'm concerned about is I wouldn't be surprised if Baby Marine doesn't know who Probe Scout is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just not familiar with him. But now he is, right? Now he is that much more familiar that now Baby Marine, the chances that he opens up a little bit safer, a little bit more defensive, and is a lot more aware and a lot more at attention for something like a cannon rush is higher. So game 1 was the best chance, the best opportunity to catch him off guard, and Baby Marine survived. So I am a little bit concerned here, but we'll see. We'll see if he can bring it back. We'll see if Probe Scout can force the ace match. Personally, I hope so. Hope we can get a game 3, but we'll see. We shall see. As we are jumping into game 2. We go. And we'll see who takes this, as it looks like game number 2 is going to be on Crimson Court. Okay. Are going to be getting into Crimson. I mean, that's the big advantage of Terran here. When up against a cannon rush, you can evacuate the main if need be. Just lift up all your buildings and just get out of the main. So you can take it, Pap. You can take it. I don't even need the main. It's fine. We can land elsewhere. The power of floating buildings, and here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Crimson Court. We have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. We'll see if he can take it here and now and advance on into the quarterfinals. Well, sorry, into the round 16. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing Clan TGCF. It is the Cannon Rusher himself, Probe Scout. And speaking of, we're Probe Scouting. We're moving out across the map. We have two probes being sent out. And we'll see if we can succeed where we otherwise failed in Game 1. I mean, to be fair, in Game 1, again, the cannons, they got up and running. We had control of the main. We just needed more than that. The probe has arrived. Baby Marine is immediately pulling an SCV. Pulling 2 SCVs even. Taking this very seriously. And this is what I spoke about earlier about, oh, we locked them out! We lock out the SCVs, we throw down another pylon, and we're getting into our cannon rush. This time, not in the mineral line, but within range of the racks. Now again, the racks can float. It can lift, it can float the hell out of there. Ooh, we get 1 SCV kill, not bad. And the cannon is on the way. And the cannon should finish. We're gonna be focusing down that pylon, but once again, we re-wall. And this time, there is a cannon on the low ground. But the difference being, again, we can always just reposition. I say that, bunker's on the way. Baby Marine, he doesn't want to give up on the ramp. He wants to try to hold. Bunker's in production. Oh, but more cannons are on the way, and then we're getting even closer towards the main. First Marine has arrived. We can force a cancel on 1 cannon, but what about the other 2? That is the problem. Yeah, we cancel the cannons on low ground. We don't need them, not anymore. Not once we realize that Baby Marine wants to make a stand here and now. And yeah, there's too many cannons. We're gonna force 1 cancellation. Oh, just the 1. And the others finish. Yeah, the others do finish up. We can focus on the SCVs. Going for the bunker initially. More cannons on the way. Low ground probe does fall. And then we do retarget. Oof. We focus out the SCVs. More cannons on the way. The probe gets focused down. Uh-oh. We have 0 probes. 0 probes left. We need more probe scouts. We need more. As we have control of the high ground, yeah, we can focus on the racks. But again, we can always float away. We can always float away. And we need another probe. Ah, this is late. This is a late response out of Probe Scout. He's expanding? Okay. Okay, I see you. we're macroing. True. For those that are curious, for those that are wondering, yo, does Probe Scout only cheese? No. Macro build. we're macroing, man. We're just macroing. We just want to macro. True, that's all he wanted. Confirmed. Nexus is on the way to set up on the low ground. Meanwhile, a massive shout out in the chat to Bomyoja. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great performance. I did notice that that Bomyoja was up against not Probe Scout, sorry. A Ninja was up against Ninja in the upper half of the bracket. So I hope you had a good series, and welcome everyone, welcome to ESL Open Cup Americas. Bomyoja was just competing in this event, and we are here in the round of 32. The tank has arrived, and we will be able to break out. And back at home, Probe Scout is attempting to transition. He's expanding, Cybercore is on the way. We are going to knock this down. Yeah, we're even within range of the pylon. Ooh, that is brutal. Yatosa's pylon, it's gonna fall. And with that, the cannons are depowered, and Baby Marine can break out. And that's the question: does Baby Marine, does he play more defensively? Does he slowly expand and take a natural, or does he go for a 1-base all-in? As we can see, it's gonna be a 1-1-1. Starport follow-up here out of Baby Marine. He shuts down all the cannons. And across the map, we're going for a Robo and a Stargate as well. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? Why not both? Shield batteries are on the way, cannons as well. Cannon rushing a Terran. I mean, hey, we've seen Maru die to cannon rushes as well. Now Maru, he's never going to live that down. Remember Prince in GSL? Mate. Shout out to Prince. Now a long since retired Protoss player in Korea. but did cannon rush in GSL. Only a couple of years ago as well. Not too long ago. As we are going to be following the sub Immortal Void Ray. Let's go. I mean, all things Protoss here. Basically, almost a mech-intensive army going for Immortals and Void Rays. No extra gateways. Getting additional Void Rays on the way. And back at home, Baby Marine is still building up. Investing into Vikings. Interesting. He hasn't scouted too much yet, but playing it out safe. Did get eyes on the Stargate. Yeah, second starport as well. Oh my god. Alright, getting ready for the would-be Sky Toss. Yeah, just doubling down, making as many Vikings as we can. Baby Marine taking his natural. And we could just end up in a macro game. It's possible. It's very possible. See the chat. A good series and an Americas series. Now, Baby Marine, welcome. Welcome to the Americas. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hope you enjoy the Clown Fiesta, papi. Let's go. I mean, mate, you signed up for ESL Americas. What else are you really expecting? I mean, what do you what do you mean? You should be offended if you don't get cannon rushed. True. Baby Marine, he wants it, papi. He wants it. That's why he signed up. As a Baby Marine is moving out, again committing into Viking tank. Likewise, Probe Scout going for a second Stargate. And a Bay. Jeez, this is so, again, gas intensive here. Probe Scout attempting to expand, take a third base. Meanwhile, Baby Marine with these Vikings is not just about killing Void Rays, we can also go for landed Viking harass as well. And making our way into the main. And even towards the natural. And do we go for the land? Oh, Immortals are in position. We don't want to lose our Vikings. Just getting a free scout, essentially. We confirm the Bay, we confirm the second Stargate. And the Vikings, it's tempting. Do they land? Oh, not quite, not yet. Still sharking around. Looking for more Void Rays. They run into cannons. Speaking of Void Rays, did reposition. Oh my god, you can see we're trying to camp at the Stargates. Trying to camp those Voids, but unable to. Nice movement out of Probe Scout. Does avoid the Vikings with the Void Rays. And yeah, now we have a comparable, a pretty hefty size of Void Rays. The Vikings have to get the hell out of here. They back off. And now we can breathe a little bit freely here. A little bit more freely, I should say. Probe Scout expanding, taking a third. So is Baby Marine. And Baby Marine is playing mech. Oh boy. That is double armory on the way. We're meching it up. Again, mech versus Protoss, something you don't see too often. I mean, Gumiho does embrace it. We've seen Maru go for mech as well against Protoss. But it is a very niche style. We'll see if we can pull this off. Rockster being knocked down, and yeah, Baby Marine, he wants that third. He's gunning for it. And can Probe Scout even attempt to save it? He misses the army. Does miss the army. Probe Scout, he's out of position. He's here at the natural. Not at the third. Not where he needs to be. The tanks, they do siege within range. Cannons under fire. Structures repositioning. Oh, we do have the Prismatic Line with the overcharge as well. Oh, the Nova's a little bit lackluster, but the Void Rays, they do try to push through. And we at least clean up the tanks. But not the Vikings. Yeah, we're barely out of range of the overcharge. The Vikings reign supreme, but at least we hold on to the third. Do hold on to the base, still investing into more Void Rays. More Voids on the way. Baby Marine pulling back. And we're going for the Fleet Beacon. I'm not too fond of this, especially upon seeing this many Vikings. Like, how many Vikings do we have? We have 14 Vikings. Like, what are we gonna make here? Are we gonna go into what, like Tempest, into Carrier? I guess we can get into Flux Veins. That is Void Ray speed. That would make the most sense. But even then, I'm not 100% fond of going into this Especially when you know how many Vikings your opponent has, how Viking heavy Bay Marine is. So an interesting choice here out of Probe Scouts. We scan, we confirm, we get eyes on the Fleet Beacon, on the extra Void Rays. And Bay Marine is pushing in. Almost playing mono battle with all these Vikings. We snipe another Void Ray. The Liberator has arrived, and we can just deny mining. How do we deal with the Lib? We don't. We just can't. We have no anti-air. We have Void Rays, but that's it. And Void Rays, they cannot touch this. I like the cannons. Okay. We're thinking outside the box. Cannons get thrown down, and it looks like one of them might finish. But I do love this. Okay, that's how we deal with the Lib. Probe Scout, he was so quick to come up with that solution as well. I love it. I would have been stumped. But true. I mean, Liberator does reposition, and cannons, they can't reposition themselves either, so it's still a problem we can't fully solve. If we had a closer pylon, then sure, we can throw down more cannons, but alas. Yeah, Probes got forced to just main out his workers away. We're up to how many Void Rays? 6 Void Rays now for Probe Scouts. We have invested into Void Ray speed. He's up against 20 Vikings. And we have 2 more starboards. We're just going mass Viking. Okay. Quadruple starport production. Let's go. Now, what I will say is that a lot of the reinforcing Vikings are back at home. They are not joining up with the main army, so potentially Probe Scout could clean this up with the help of cannons, with the help of the overcharge. Shield battery is within range, so we can bring this all together. Now we're committing. Oof. Overcharge gets popped. We do focus down. 2, 3 Void Rays. We can one-shot. Oh my god. It's a lot of Void Rays going down. With that, Bay Marine, he gets the hell out of there. He preserves most of his Vikings. Probe Scout can start mining once again from his 3rd. But Bay Marine, he has the better economy. He's on 4 bases. He's still on 21 Vikings. We have a fusion core on the way. Ooh, that can be for BC production, or it could be for Liberator range. We'll see what we go for. We're throwing down a wall of turrets as well. Bay Marine just asserting himself, and he will land the Vikings. He's going for the base. Going for the Nexus. At the same time, Void Rays, they catch some free tanks, but no, they have to respond. Oof. And the base goes down. Yeah, Vikings, they're crazy. They can land, they can fly, they can lift, they can do it all. Mass Viking class. Yeah, the mono battle is real. We focus on every single Void Ray on their own. They can't really touch this. Oof. Yeah, we land, we shut down the economy, we go for the final Void Ray. We're getting into carrier production, but what a carrier is going to do? Nothing. GG gets called, and Baby Marine will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Baby Marine, he survives the NA ladder. He does survive. GG, well played. Congratulations to Baby Marine as he does advance on into the next round to face off against his next opponent. My condolences to Probe Scout, but he played well. He was able to get his cannon rushes for the most part up and running and operational, both in Game 1 and Game 2, but it was the follow-up that was a little bit lacking. In Game 1, Probe Scout wasn't able to deny mining at the natural. In Game 2, had a hard time transitioning out of the cannon rush into a 2-base economy and into the mid-game. Was a bit of a shakier road there for Probe Scout. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Baby Marine does advance on, and let's find out who he faces off against. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's head on over and hit that refresh button. Do we have any updates? Let's go. We do. Okay, so from the bottom, Nice takes down Slayer's MVP 2-0. Nice is now waiting for the winner of Rare and Patches. Again, Nice is favored to go further in this tournament, to maybe even make it all the way to the finals. It's all about who can stop Nice versus Max Packs. That is the question. Scrolling up, we have Baby Marine. Baby Marine, he advances on to face off against the winner of Mixu and Not Veritate, waiting for the winner of that series. Personally, that is why we dove on Probe Scout initially, because I was looking at Mixu and I wanted to see him up against either Probe Scout or Baby Marine. We will wait for that series to open up. We'll wait for that series. Let's quickly double check and make sure we don't miss them. But yeah, they're currently mid-series. Winner goes up against Baby Marine. Scrolling up, we have Azura versus Foxer. That series is about to begin. That's also going to be a spicy TVP. I look forward to it. Wish them both the best of luck. And we could actually try to jump on them as well. Azura and Foxer, I mean, if we don't want to wait. But I'm willing to. But scrolling up, we have Battlebee versus Greenert. Greenert takes on Matt 2-0. Greenert up against Battlebee. I think Greenwood is a Terran player. I believe it's a TBT, regardless. Wish them the best. TBT is ongoing. We have Chaos Fate waiting for the winner of Dolan and GM Legenda. Okay. Dolan is currently in game, but I do have my eyes on Dolan. Dolan versus Chaos Fate would be a lot of fun. Winner goes up against the winner of Nicorect, Jay, and Rebellion. A lot of matches still ongoing. Scrolling up, Epic waiting for the winner of Honmono and Don't Defense. We have Ninja, who took down Bomyoja 2-0, and still waiting for either Max Pax or UFO. So the tournament is still getting underway. For the most part, the first round is concluded, but we're still in the round of 32. We're still wrapping things up and getting into the round of 16, and as a result, we have a little bit of downtime here. We're ideally waiting for Mixu and but he just... Oh! We're heading over. Okay, looks like Mixu series did just wrap up, and up next is going to be Mixu versus Baby Marine. We're heading over to the European server. We are heading over to Europa. Let's go. Do need a moment to set things up. Beautiful. And yeah, up next is going to be Mixu versus Baby Marine. If you're in the chat, predictions will be open once we have our lobby. Once the videos are done, we will get you those predictions, so don't you worry. Is on the horizon. Just catching up in the chat. Bring back the alpha version of cannons that could move. That would be terrifying. That'd be absolutely terrifying. Bizarre to double down on pure voids. Yeah, at a certain point, as I mentioned before, once you see the first wave of Vikings, I do think it's a little bit wiser to pull back and go into ground toss instead, just because clearly the Terran player has already like asserted air dominance, and it's something that you can't really fight against when you're behind like that. Especially after the first couple of void rays went down, like it was kind of a lost cause there. I can understand why we didn't transition into a ground toss army. The biggest problem was we had no gates, right? We weren't set up for it. We had only one gateway, we had no Twilight Council, we had no Blink, we had no Temple Archives. Like, tech-wise, we just were not set up for that. We had Robo Stargate, so unfortunately Probe Scout was just in the worst position possible to transition out of what he was making, of anything Stargate and Robo related. It was a rough position. This game is rough. To think either would face Max Pax or Nice is funny. I mean, I do think they can pose a threat. But again, Max Pax and Nice are the favored players to make it to the finals. Whether either one or whether they can be stopped and stumbled and can be brought down, it's possible. It is possible. There's some definitely contenders in the bracket. Players like Nicorect, Mixu, Baby Marine, Azura, Foxer, Dolan, Battlebee. A lot of these guys, they can, on a good day, they can take it to them. I want to believe. We're here to follow them, at least. We're here to follow them. For now, it looks like vetoes are still underway. I should also add the player teams. Beautiful. But because of that, we should be going on a short break. We're going to be headed over to a short break here, and we should be back in a couple of minutes. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some Food, Drain Your Disruptors, Massage Your Marines. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with Mixu versus Baby Marine. We'll see you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break, that brutal OSC, as we have returned with our round of 16 match with our TVZ. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Baby Marine. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold and who you believe will advance on to the quarterfinals. Will it be our Terran or our Zerg? Both players are warmed up. Both players did look quite strong in their respective previous matches, and now we're facing off against each other. We are facing off. Let's go. Have our TVZ. And I do think both players are quite comparable in skill. I do think that Mixu is slightly more favored. The reason why I say this is just because Baby Marine is less active. He's just a less active player. Doesn't compete as often in these online weekly tournaments. So we'll see how he does compare. Again, I'm only saying that just because I've seen a little bit less of Baby Marine as of late. But I'm ready. I'm ready to be reintroduced. And to be in awe. For now, standard openers. It is going to be Hatch Gas Pool out of Mixu. Likewise, a Rax Expand out of Baby Marine. Nothing too crazy so far. We're just testing the waters, getting into our builds. I don't really expect anything too hyper aggressive this series, at least initially. 2 base all-ins, I can get behind maybe a little bit later on. But for now, the openers are as they should be. Settling in. I see some people asking in the chats. But yes, there is an Open Cup for each region, and as a result, each of these Open Cups, they favor that respective region slightly by, you know, allowing players from that region to force their servers and to have that advantage. But thankfully, it's all balanced out because we do have a weekly for each region, for Asia, for Europe, and for the Americas. Meanwhile, Reaper's moving out across the map. The dance has begun. The dance has begun between the Reaper and the Lings. Oh. And so far, so good. We do chip away at the Reaper. We force it back. We have control of the high ground. And Mixu doesn't lose anything yet. Oh, I spoke too soon. One Ling goes down. Just the one. The Queen arrives and Mixu will defend. Takes the third base as well. Is not delayed too heavily. And will even save that tumor. So far, so good. Mixu takes his third. Meanwhile, across the map, it is going to be a third CC before Starport. Economic opener at a Baby Marine. Is going to be selling into a third CC before Starport. Starport is now on the way. This can be into a Banshee-based opener if we go for a Tech Lab and into an add-on swap. Keep an eye on Baby Marine. But now we're selling in and we do get the tumor. Okay, not bad. The creep tumor does go down. Nice pick off. The Reaper escapes. It survives and does get away. Back at home, no Tech Lab. No Tech Lab, so this is going to be most likely a Viking-based opener into Liberator. Could be Viking into BC. We have options. We have options with how we want to make use of this Starport. As the Starport is now done. And the answer is, okay, it's going to be Liberator before Viking. Interesting. Now, the reason why usually we see Viking first is to hunt down the Overlord and deny the Scout. Speaking of, Overlord is dipping in. It's a way to keep them busy. Meanwhile, oh wait, we get the surround! Mixu, calm down! Mixu, he dips in, he gets the surround, he shuts down the Hellion. Very nicely done. And with the Overlord Scout, we confirm the lack of add-on on the Starports, as well as the third CC timing. Yeah, we barely do confirm. So Mixu is aware of the more economic opener. He's aware that there is no Tech Lab. So we should be seeing spores thrown down, not in the mineral lines, but actually outside of them to defend against the Libs. To defend against those Liberators. Meanwhile, Hellions are poking in. Going to be prioritizing Stim from the side of Baby Marine. And Mixu playing it out safely here is going Lair first. We're going for the Lair, we're going for our Baneling Nest. Basically, Mixu is delaying his upgrades, he's delaying Evo Chambers in favor of Banelings and Baneling Speed. As Liberator's moving out, and we did skip the Spores. Uh-oh. Did skip the Spores. First Queen is going to be going down. Big pick off here from Baby Marine. Does pick off a Queen. Likewise, Lib into the main. Distracts the Queens. No Spore in position, and we do... Oh, not get a drone yet. Whew. Nice control so far to Mixu. Spores on the way. The Queens defend, but Hellions that make their way towards the third. They're going for the mineral line! But do we have enough Lings? Barely not. We get 3 drone kills, but the Queens will fend off the Hellions for now. That could have been so much worse. Mixu defends. Mixu does defend. He does hold on. Liberator back into the main. Spore not quite in position. And we do deny more mining time, but no major kills. Not yet. Ooh, as the Lib is one shot away from going down. Meanwhile, back at home, Baby Marine getting into his own 5-rack setup. 5 racks is on 3 bases. Stim is about to finish into combat shields, into our upgrades. Baby Marine is settling in towards the mid-game. And has kept these Hellions alive. Hasn't dealt game-ending damage with the Hellions, but is at least keeping Mixu honest. Making sure that he has to fight for every single creep tumor. Has to fight for every single inch here. On-site Delta. And now Mixu is working towards Baneling speed. Now getting into his 1-1 upgrades. Getting into his Ling Bane. And we are entering the mid-game at the same time. Ling counterattack at the third base. So we have anything in position. The Hellions are out on the map, the Marines were at the natural, and we do manage to get an SCV, a couple of them. 2, almost 3 SCVs go down. Not bad. We also distract the Hellions, we force them back. And Baby Marine, he will barely find those Lings. And the Banelings as well. Oh no! Oh, we're not quite paying attention! Ling Bane does engage, we shut down the Hellions. And we're setting up another Baneling Waddle by. into the third. At the same time, Baby Marine moving out with the double drop. Still being active. We'll see if Mixu can keep up. Does spot the Marines, but we have plenty of links to deal with this. He will shut this down. Forces back the Marines. The run-by has arrived. We're making our way to the mineral line. Oh! We force some friendly fire. But we do react in time. We do pull away, and we only get 5 SCVs. Once again, that could have been so much worse for Baby Marine, but he does save his workers. More links moving out. Back at home, Mixu up to 70 workers, 4 base saturation. Not bad. Not bad as Mixu, he is holding on. Spreading more creep. Baby Marine rotating over towards the right-hand side. Mixu is set up for another run by. Mixu, he's keeping up. Now back at the third base, the tanks are repositioning. The third base is going to be a little bit more exposed. But it's because we are moving out. 1-1 is done, 2-2 is on the way. Mixu getting ready for his own assault. Baby Marine still being active. Have a double drop towards the south. And the main move out, the main push headed towards the fourth base or the fifth base of Mixu. So good. Yeah, Lings, they engage. We have reinforcements. Yeah, we're in position. I'm loving the burrow on the Bailings. Oh my god, that was so close. But the Bailings do burrow. We get into the middle line. SCVs are going down. At the same time, Baby Marine, he doesn't care. He's pushing in. He's headed towards the fifth base, and there's nothing at home to defend. There's not enough. Lings are amassing. Going to try to engage, but not going to be the cleanest of trades. We get on top of the tanks, though. Tanks are going down, and here come the Bailings. Mixu, he does have enough back at home. He does shut down the main push at the same time. Double drop into the main. Oh my god. Takes down a hatchery. Takes down the queen and is going for the hive. The hive is getting low, and can we save it? We can. We get a clutch transfuse. We save the base just barely. We save both bases. Medevac goes down. Not just one, both medevacs go down. Mixu, he shuts down the aggression. He's all over this, even going for a link drop into the main. Oh my god. Mixu. Back. It's like 2 a.m. in Europe. He's wide awake. He's gaming. Meanwhile, it looks like the Bailings, they might have gotten scouted. They were shut down. Hatchery taking a lot of hits, and there we go. Finally, a base falls. Baby Marine, he snipes the hatchery. At the same time, his own fourth base is denied. And hopefully everything's okay. There's a bit of frame drops there for a moment. Everything's okay on our part, thankfully. The Bailings. Once again, we borrow the Bailings and up! Ooh, we do get some connections. And Marines are going down. Widowmine shot gets baited out. No massive connections there from Baby Marine. And the Bio Army, it's overstimmed. Yeah, we're being chased down. Mixu, it looks like he has broken the back of Baby Marine. Even towards the end, forcing another scan. He's been so quick to borrow those Bailings. And they get into the mineral line. They do get in. 10 more SCVs go down. Behind this, Mixu, he's still on a solid 4-base economy, rebuilding that 5th base. His hive is done. Adrenal's on the way. And Mixu is just doubling down and just massing up more Lingbane Hydra. And Baby Marine just cannot keep up. I mean, there's a world where we can get some insane Widowmine connections. Oh, speaking of. Are forcing back the army. Bailey still amassing. Nice target firing. One Bailey connects. But the Marines, we get on top of the Hydras. Yeah, Hydras are getting cleaned up. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd base. More SCVs going down. Baby Marine, his economy is crippled. But he cleaned up all the Hydras. Baby Marine, he's still in this. But the longer this goes on, the worse it is for the Terran. As Mixu, he's rebuilding his army. May have lost how many Hydras? That was 9 Hydras going down. But is able to replace that. And Baby Marine is still stuck at home. They're still stuck at home. And as he's stuck, I mean, once again, Mixu, he's moving out with his Lings, getting ready for more run-bys. Baby Marine moving out with the drop, but Shot goes off. The drop is spotted. Mixu building back up. Has not teched towards lurkers yet. Still committed to Lingbane Hydra. No Vipers either. Still just focusing on rebuilding and remaxing. Babe Marine has reestablished his 4th base. He's slowly recovering. He's getting back up there. We're getting there. As Babe Marine is just trying to buy time. Oof. Emphasis on trying though. He's getting caught out. Same time another counterattack, but Babe Marine, he has plenty at home to defend. Mixu is about to max out. Babe Marine not too far behind. Is building up as well. I was waiting for the spellcaster of choice for Mixu, and okay, there we go. The Viper has arrived, and we have an Infestor as well. But the drop goes off. We get into the mineral line. Oh my god, 8 drones go down. Very nice drop here out of the Terran. Medevac gets cleaned up. Oof. Both Medevacs do. Another link dropping to the main. We do get some more SCV kills. We do distract Baby Marine, and Mixu finally is taking into Lurker tech. Lurker dens are on the way. 3-3 is maxing out. And we'll see if Baby Marine can hold. We'll see if he can defend. Just some Widowmine set up, but again, we have detection. We do get some juicy connections, not bad. Big mine shots. We get on top of the tanks. We're going for the planetary. Planetary does go down. And from here, we just have to back off. Back off and survive. But that did cost us a lot of Lingbane. Mixu has to get the hell out of there. And a Babe Marine can counterattack. Uh oh. Yeah, the Zerg player is vulnerable. Marauders have amassed. Lurkers aren't ready. If we had Lurkers, I'd be a little bit more confident here. The first Infestor goes down. We do get the fungal, but no follow-up. And it looks like Babe Marine is snowballing out of control. He's getting on top of the Hydras. And without Lurkers, how can we stop this army? We're still lacking Lingbane. Queens are rotating over. We have some Banelings left over. It's going to be a close hold. Likewise, Babe Marine getting overstimmed. His army is very softened up. Is backing off. Mixu is buying a little bit of time. There we go. The first wave of Lurkers are on the way. He's holding. Still very close, very clutch. Mixu almost setting up a surround. Oh, he's going to bleed out a lot of links. That was not the fight Mixu was hoping for. A lot of links do go down. Same time rotating over, losing a lot of Banelings. Not fully worth it. Lurkers have arrived. We do get some good fungals though. And we get a good connection. Oh my god, so many Marines go down. GG gets called as the Lunkers have arrived, and Mixu will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Did just barely get there, but the Lurkers, they were able to be the nail in the coffin for Baby Marine. He was down in economy, he was running out of steam, he had a large army, yes, but no sustain for his Marines and Marauders. It was close though. Baby Marine, he definitely held his own for quite some time, but towards the end was outscaled, and Mixu takes a lead. Does take a lead. I would love to see an ace match though. I mentioned before that even though I gave the slight edge to Mixu, it was a slight edge. I expect this to go all the way to game 3, but the pressure is now on Baby Marine. Can we bring it back? Can we bring it back? Yak wasn't here to scream the stream dead. Fingers crossed. I don't wanna jinx it. Don't wanna jinx it. Yeah, the stream might go down in a couple of hours. It's possible. It's possible. The stream has been going down on a daily basis, so yeah, I'm not gonna rule that out. If the stream does go down, we'll be coming back. Don't worry. basically what's been happening for the past week is that the internet cuts off for like 5 minutes and then comes back. Has been quite consistent with that. So yeah, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. And I do apologize if the stream does go down. Just been a little bit unstable. I mean, the connection is fine. It's just randomly just turns off. Just turns off. Well, what can I do? Aye. Here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Italian Terran player, the red Terran, representing himself, currently teamless down in the series, but looking to fight back and looking to force that ace match. It is Baby Marine. Here we go. And it's looking to be a 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, we're setting up at the low ground. We have the first Rax on the way, setting up for a second Rax. And this 2-Rax Reaper build has been, of course, quite prevalent over the past year, over the past year and a half. It's been a while. Been a while since it's hit the meta. And a lot of players have been embracing it, and it's great to see Baby Marine being one of them. With this 2-Rax Reaper build, our goal is to apply pressure, is to contain the Zerg player, and to deny the third base for as long as we can. Likewise, we can also threaten the drone line, threaten the queens. We'll see what Baby Marine can get done. See what we can get done here. As Mix is going for a standard Hatchcast pull, standard opener out of our Zerg player. And the Reapers are on the way. Technically, this can turn into a 3-Rax, true, but it's not really too common. Even Bjorn, who popularized this build, only whips it out every now and then. Keep an eye on the Terran. As Reapers are moving out, the Overlord does confirm. Mixui does get eyes on the Raxes on the low ground, so that is the tell. And Baby Marine, he is here to deny that third. SCV is in position. Mixu trying to mine through those gold mineral patches, trying to expand elsewhere. First Reaper's on the way. We'll see if Mixu can mine through. He needs one more rotation, and it looks like he will make it through. Reaper has arrived. Oh, he spots it! Does spot the drone. The worker does not go down. We barely morph in that spore. And Mixu will get a third. That is the power of this map of Crimson Court. Mixu being so attentive here to actually get in position, and the third base gets thrown down. Uh-oh. And now Baby Marine is in a lot of trouble. He is in a lot of trouble. Remember, the whole point of this build is to deny the expansion, but because of Crimson Court, we can mine through these middle patches and take a safe third. And that means that Mixu, he isn't slowed down at all. Isn't slowed down. His build isn't really interrupted too much at all. And now Baby Marine, there's a little more pressure on him to get more damage done. Dives into the main. Queens are keeping up. We do keep up with each other. Back at home, third CC's on the way. Baby Marine, he's transitioning out of this, getting into Marine production, working towards Stim, which is all well and good, but again, these Reapers were hoping for more. With that, Mixu is finishing up Link speed, and can try to dive on these Reapers. Can attempt to. Ooh, gets us around, gets one! And one Reaper goes down, and the others, they're going to follow suit. They go for the dive, they dive into the main. And they get one drone. That's better than nothing. One drone for 3 Reapers is not ideal, but it could have been 0 drones. Reapers are cleaned up, Mixu can stabilize on 3 bases, and Baby Marine back at home is working towards a 2-1-1. A 3cc 2-1-1. So what we're building up towards is going to be a Stim timing with Medivacs. The factory is almost done, followed by the starport, followed by reactor and medevac production to move out with Stim. We're getting there. Overlord Scout does confirm the 3rd TC, so Mixu knows that he can be greedy and drone up a little bit longer. He knows that the 2-1-1 is going to be delayed because of that 3rd base, and is already working on those rocks, working on gaining access to the 3rd base location. Oh boy. Rocks are being knocked down. Starport's on the way. There's the reactor to go for an add-on swap. Mixu is still droning up. No tech of choice yet. But upon scouting this, he should be going for a double Evo chamber first before the Bailey nest, but we'll see. Speaking of, there are the Evo chambers. So a good response out of Mixu. Some Lings do get caught out. But for the most part, Mixu is perfectly fine. So this Evo chamber should be for +1 Carapace, and now we have the lair on the way. Carapace is the most important upgrade here against Bio just because of the high attack rate of Marines. So Carapace does apply to every single shot that Marine takes. So it's crucial here in Lingbane when it comes to Lingbane compositions. So the Baby Nest is on the way, more Lings are amassing, the army is spotted, and Baby Marine should soon be moving out. And this is the time that Mixu has to stop droning and starts making nothing but Lingbane. We've droned up to 3 base saturation, that's 62 workers. Rocks are being knocked down. And we have 28 Lings in production. We should have the tools to defend. This double drop shouldn't get much done outside of clearing creep. And even then, we can respread it. As the double drop is moving out. Rocks are still not quite being knocked down. The drop is spotted. And we do catch a queen. Not bad. We get 1, we get 2. 2 queens go down. We get a 3rd queen as well. Very nice target firing out of Baby Marine. Will delay the respreading of that creep, but more queens are being made. They're being replaced. But that was pretty nice, actually. I didn't think we would get any economic damage, and we didn't, but we did catch 2 queens. Or, sorry, 3 queens even. So, very worth it. Likewise, Mixu knocks down the rocks just in time. Defends the center of the map. And is threatening a counterattack. We could try to commit, but yeah, Marines in position. We have a tank on the high ground as well. Yeah, we're backing off. Mixu is going to pull away. But has been droning up, getting up to now 4 base saturation. Infestation is going to be on the way. That's going to be for Hive Tech, Adrenal, Vipers. Eventually Hydras. If we don't throw down a Hydra Den soon, then this could be Lingbane into Ultra, which I'm not entirely fond of on this map. The reason for this is because there's a lot of choke points and the drop potential is quite high. So skipping out on anti-air is risky. It is quite risky here. Marines, they stim in, they get into the mineral line. Oh, late reaction to Mixu. Very late reaction. Oof. That's 9 drones going down. We drop into the main base as well. And Mixu otherwise distracted. And once again, Baby Marine gets a lot of damage done with these drops. And again, this is also why I'm concerned if we do skip out on anti-air. Rocks are being knocked down. We're going for Infestors. Hive is on the way. It does look like Lingbane Ultra. Okay. Lingbane into Ultra. Now, when it comes to anti-air, we're going to have access to the spellcasters, not just Infestors, but also Vipers as well for Parasitic Bomb. That's going to be okay. It's an okay amount of anti-air. Double drop coming back in. This time we're ready for it. Likewise, a double drop on the left-hand side. Getting on top of the hatchery. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. Oh my god! We do get a bathing connection, but the hatchery, it looks like it is not going to go down, just barely, but it's close. It's very vulnerable to another drop. Baby Marine going to be contained on 3 bases. You can see Mixu in position to scout a 4th, to deny a 4th as well. The Hive is about to finish up. Max still posing a threat. Hive is now done. We should soon be seeing that tech of choice. I would love to see some Vipers as well, again for Parasitic Bombs. Or some kind of anti-air. We will soon embrace it. That's a lot of Lingbane. It's a lot of Bailings, Pat. It's a lot of Bailings. The creep is receding in the center of the map, which is concerning. There's the Ultra Cavern. Meanwhile, Baby Marine is expanding, taking a 4th base, going for the center base location. Very secure. We have a high ground, we have a choke point, we have tanks in position, Widow Mines as well. Baby Marine is hunkering down. He's hunky back. Turtling up. Which can be hunky to some people. Nice friendly fire. Ooh, does take a Widow Mine to the face though. As we shade out some Ling Bane. There we go. Vipers are now in production. Drop coming in. The Infestors are exposed. Oof. We get a fungal, but the base does go down. The Infestors, do we target them down as well? We almost do, but not quite. Infestors, they barely do survive. The Dunebrook gets the hell out of there. Mixu wasn't quite ready for it. But is double expanding. Double expanding, still has a healthy economy. And the first Viper has arrived. Just one Viper, though. If we had like 2 to 3 Vipers, I would want to say that we can break this position with Blinding Clouds. But just the one Viper, it's not going to be easy. So far, Baby Marine is defending quite well. It's trading well. Shaving off a little Lings. Getting on top of the Banelings. Viper poking in. And we do commit to the fight. We're collapsing on the main army. Banelings, they roll on forward. And they get some connections. They break through the Marines, but they don't get on top of the ramp. And the supply does plummet there for Mixu, but he's remaxing. The Viper survives. We have 70 more Lings on the way. But that wasn't the best trade. We do get a fungal. Get on top of the ghosts. A couple of ghosts do go down. Not bad. Those are expensive losses for Baby Marine. Meanwhile, he's going to be expanding on the right-hand side, attempting to take a 5th. And Mixu cannot let this get up and running, but has not knocked down the rocks. Yeah, the rocks are still up and running, so it's going to be difficult to really apply any pressure here on the right-hand side. Extra Vipers have come in. Good abductions. We're going for the tanks. Where's the Bio Army? Yeah, the tanks are exposed. We're getting to the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Tanks as well. And now we've dealt damage. And cleaning up most of the tanks. Banelings, they crash on in. We're going for the planetary, but the repairs are too good. The planetary does stand strong. But Baby Marine, he plummets in supply. Losing tanks, losing ghosts. Expensive losses here out of Baby Marine. And now here come the Ultras. Took a while, but the Ultras have arrived. Oh, not going to be easy breaking through these depots, but we do get in. The choke point is brutal. Yeah, the Ultras, they cannot get on top of the army. One Ultra goes down, we rotate around. Planetaries are in position, and we're going for them. We're going to get one. Barely not! Oh god, that was so close. Barely one planetary does fall. We have another behind this. Baby Marine yet to expand. Mixu has time. Mixu has time to build up. Massing up a greater army. Once again, rotating over towards the north. Viper catches a tank, gets a power bomb as well. A massive power bomb. Oh my god. Is that 2 Medivacs falling? Didn't kill the CC, but that was a snipe on the Viper as well. Mixu also trading out some expensive units. Looking at the units tab, we're down to 2 Vipers, 4 Infestors, 1 Ultra. Mixu can somewhat sustain these losses. And we have an economy to sustain this, but again, Baby Marine so far, he is holding. He's holding his own. Taking the 5th. Things have arrived. Delaying the expansion. Yoinking another tank. Trading a tank for an Ultra, not the best trade. But SCVs, they get behind the army. And we get 8 SCVs, not bad. forcing a scan as well. And Mixu has every other base. Every other expansion has now been taken. Mixu has the map. But can he break this defensive line? The planetary hasn't been rebuilt, so this position is a little bit more vulnerable. Black Wazling run by once again. Almost getting another tank, forcing another scan. And Mixu is pulling Baby Marine apart. Lings are trickling in. Again, not the best trade, but we get one. We get almost 2 tanks. There we go. 2 tanks do fall. Trading minerals for gas. 8 SCVs falling. We're gonna force out another scan. Finally, Baby Marine can get a 5th base, but it took a long time. He fought so hard for that expansion. And behind this, we have Broodlords. Broodlords are on the way. Now, they are 0-0 Broodlords. They're not well upgraded. Plus on range is still on the way. Still on the way. But this is a brutal position. We can lay siege upon that center base. Like, Broodlords can abuse this expansion. Sure, Baby Marine, he might have a 5th, but what about the 4th? Can we hold on to it? Thor production has begun. We have Ghost Thor, which is going to be ideal. At the same time, he does move out, and he's going to knock down this expansion. And we cannot allow Baby Marine to take this base. Broodlords have arrived. Mine shots going off. Ooh. We do end up abducting one of those Thors. Not bad. Oh my god, the snipes are brutal. The snipes are insane. Regardless, we get a Thor, the Ghosts. They attempt to catch one of the Broodlords. They get one. Nice EMP. EMP does graze one of those Infestors. And as we try to gain ground, we're going to lose another hatchery. That's 2 bases falling. 2 hatcheries go down. Again, we haven't knocked down these rocks, so it's harder to respond. Harder to rotate. And do we have a Viper in this army? The Viper's coming. Do get a power bomb. Not bad. We're stacking. Oh my god. We get 1. We get 2. 2 Medivacs go down. Value power bomb. But once again, we deny another expansion. And Baby Marine, he is holding his own. He's on 5 bases. He can max out. He is maxing out even. And he's working on the ideal army. On Mech Ghost. There's tanks, Thors, and Ghosts. Into Liberators as well. Incorporating a couple of Vikings to help zone away those, not just the Corruptors, but also the Broodlords, the Vipers. It's all about that anti-air. You know, rocks to knock down. We can try to lay siege upon the 5th. The Mine shot! Ooh, massive connection. The Banelings get shut down. Ah, that was brutal. Yeah, the Banelings, the Ultras. That was a big loss for Mixu. A nice fungal, though. Very nice chain fungals. But Mixu's gonna lose everything. Yeah, the Vikings are going ham. We bleed out the Ling Bane, the Ultras, the Infestors, and the Broodlords as well. In one fell swoop, Baby Marine, he takes a good fight. And Mixu, he's hurting. Mixu is in a lot of trouble. He lost 2 bases. He hasn't retaken them. And Baby Marine, he takes another expansion. Oh, God. Things are looking dire here for Mixu. Mixu falling behind in the economy. Does at least retain some of those Broodlords. That's another base on the way. Yeah, 1 too many bad fights for Mixu. We are pushing forward with those spores. And we're still denying mining time at least as well. Denying mining at the 4th. Spores are being knocked down. Ling counterattack does hit the planetary just before it's done. Massive Ling run by. Get 15 SCV kills. Very nice damage. Baby Marine, he can't really afford those losses. I mean, this is still very close. Very close between these 2 players. Like, one bad fight and this could go either way. Both players building up their banks. I mean, Baby Marine has the more efficient army, but does he have it in position? Rabbi hits the mineral line once again. 30 SCVs! Oh my god! 32 SCVs go down! Insanely run by! And we're just pulling Baby Marine apart. We hit one side, then we hit the other. Broodlords, they catch a tank. They catch SCVs. Ooh, massive mind connection does connect with the banelings. But again, I do favor Baby Marine in a head-on fight. Like, if he fights head-on with Ghost Thor, like, he can take it. But Mixu, he never gives him the fight. He never gives Baby Marine what he wants. Just constantly rotating, constantly counterattacking. The one time we had a head-on engagement, it did go the way of Baby Marine. So Mixu, he knows we have to avoid it as much as possible. Avoid the main fight. But that also means that these bases are going down. Hatcheries are falling. At the same time, Mixu hits the center nexus, or planetary even. We're going to trade a base for a base. Now, what's scary is that if this base goes down, if this planetary falls, we gain access to the natural. And that takes us straight into the main. Like, this planetary is actually quite crucial for Baby Marine. And we may just go for a full base trade. We may just commit. Baby Marine, he's racing back home. Planetary does fall. And now there's a big weak point here in his defenses, in his bases. Yeah, Mixu is pushing in. At the same time, though, Baby Marine coming in from behind. Broodlord goes down. Thors are here. Now we have to respect the Thors. At the same time, though, we go for a massive counterattack and the planetary falls. Again, Mixu making use of his larger army. He drags away the main force. Then he hits from behind. And at Baby Marine, he's down to 32 SCVs. Baby Marine, he has one good fight. He has one good fight in him with the Mass Thor Ghost. Stand on the base. That's a kill, not a cancel. And honestly, it might just be worth going for... I was going to say it might be worth going for an all-in. I guess playing it slow is the smart choice, just because... I mean, there's a chance that maybe Mixu overextends. That maybe Mixu does push into this. And there's still two pretty fresh mining bases to take for the Terran. Like, these two bases weren't really touched too much by Mixu. You know, on Mixu, he breaks the third. The third has very little value now for Baby Marine. It's going to go down. So we get on top of the third base. Third is going to fall again. The natural is compromised. If we lose the natural, we lose the main. Yeah, we have to respond. We send over a couple of ghosts. Lings do slip in at the same time. Mixu threatening the main army. How many Thors is this? 12. 12 Thors. 18 ghosts. Ay, ay, ay. That's a terrifying army. Once again, the 5th base is getting up and running. No longer a planetary. Means we can lift it. Yeah, and I like the idea of the Broodlords just going for the main. Just going straight into the main base from the third. Came to the production. Baby Marine, he might just be forced to lift. Just lift up all the buildings and get the hell out of there. Yeah, the Broodlords, they have arrived. Baby Marine taking another expansion, but he does turn around. He's racing back home. Yeah, the floodgates are open. Lings, they're getting into the main. Or getting into at least the natural first. Hand deny +3. Goes ahead to respond. Lings are wreaking havoc. You can see we're being very careful with the Brood Lords. We don't want to overextend. We don't want to expose ourselves. Speaking of the ghosts, no! Bailey's they crash in and they do catch a couple of ghosts. Oh, a fungal as well. And it looks like Baby Marine, he gets caught out. Thors are coming in from behind. We have the Neural. And we're just pulling Baby Marine apart. The ghosts are exposed. The Thors as well. They're not all together. And just like that, Mixu, he will clean this up. Nice snipes. That was a brutal fight. That was 8 Thors going down and 7 ghosts. Aye. As Mixu is breaking through, and Baby Marine again, he was just caught off guard. Caught out of position. Say Mixu. Baby Marine was caught off guard. Baby Marine was caught out of position. And now we're going for the Planetary. Planetary does fall. Yeah, and as long as Mixu take this slow, he can clean this up. Gets another fungal. We're down to how many Thors? Just 4. 4 Thors left. Massive connection. GG gets caught. We catch out the ghost, and Mixu will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Mixu will take the series. That was a very close one, though. We saw definitely some good moments for Baby Marine, where he was able to take better fights, able to take better trades, he was able to expand. But as we saw, Baby Marine was losing a little bit too much, and because of that, his army was struggling, and he was unable to keep up with the multi-pronged aggression of Mixu. When Mixu moved in from one end, he also hit the other at the same time, and he would always find success somewhere, catching mineral lines, catching bases, just pulling Baby Marine apart. GG, well played. Well played. Mixu does advance on, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent? The answer is yes. He does have an opponent. We're heading over to the Americas server, as Nice has been wreaking havoc. Nice, he 2-0'd Slayer's MVP, he 2-0'd Patches, and now Nice is waiting in the quarterfinals. Let's go. Nice versus Mixu is coming up next. Now, Mixu was looking quite impressive in that last series, but Nice is one of the favorites. He is one of the favorites for the entire tournament. We'll see if Mixu can cause an upset, if he can pose a threat to Nice, to the Taiwanese Protoss. Let's go. Let us go, as we are setting up our players, and we will soon be getting predictions going as well. Predictions will soon be upon us. And let's quickly have a look at the bracket and catch up on any other updates. Let's go. Let's refresh and settle into the bracket. Again, we have Nice waiting for the winner of Mixu and Baby Marine. We're going to be covering that next. Scrolling a little bit further here. A little bit further up, we have Foxer. Foxer up against Azura. He takes down Azura 2-0. And Foxer's up against Battle B in a TVT. Best of luck to Foxer. Best of luck to Battle B. It's going to be a spicy matchup. Scrolling up, we do have Dolan. Dolan takes down Chaos Fate 2-0. And Dolan is up against Nickrat in the next round in another TVT. Nickrat takes down Rebellion. That's a big win. Nice performance here out of Nickrat. He takes down the Korean Protoss player 2-0. And is now up against Dolan in the quarterfinals. Wish them both the best. Epic takes down Horn Mono. That's also impressive. Some of the Korean players here struggling. Rebellion goes down. Horn Mono goes down as well. Epic now facing off against Max Pax. That is all the quarterfinals. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, all the quarterfinals matches are underway. Okay, the bracket has caught up. The bracket has caught up. And we will be following our players. Do need a moment to settle on in. And here it is. Okay, vetoes are underway. Nice versus Mixu up next. The winner of this quarterfinals match will go up against the winner of Battle B and Foxer. So a Terran player, Terran opponent in the lower semifinals. We're getting to that. Where is Yaku? Yaku's asleep, Pap. He's in bed. He was staying up late to play some Heroes of the Storm. Apparently there was a patch. Apparently, I think it was yesterday. Heroes of the Storm got there was like a balance patch and a bug fix patch, which is really cool, really exciting. I'll be honest, I haven't played Heroes of the Storm in years. It's been a long time. I want to say like 2016 or 2017. It's been a long time. Been a long time. When did Heroes come out? $2015. Yeah. It's been a long time since I played Heroes of the Storm, but really cool to hear that that they're getting some attention, they're getting some love. It does bode well. I'm sure the acquisition of Microsoft or of Blizzard into Microsoft is coming into play, and I'm sure they're looking at their IPs, and I mean, hey, it's really cool to hear. Really cool to hear for Heroes. StarCraft next? Maybe. Maybe. Gives us some hope. For now, it looks like the vetoes are done and we are jumping into our next series. Oh boy. We're jumping in. And again, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Will be our Zerg player or our Protoss who will advance on to those semifinals. Up to you to decide. Best of luck. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Nice. Nice. Here we go. Oh. PVZ, and Nice, he is a very aggressive player, but typically in the mid game. In the mid game, he is all about being in your face, whether it's a Twilight Council opener into Glaives, into DTs, even into 3-base aggression as well. We'll be keeping an eye on Nice. He's not the most orthodox of players. Likewise, Mixu, going for a hatch gas pool. We should be seeing a standard build for the most part at Mixu. Not one to really embrace aggression unless the map calls for it. I'm referring to Oceanborn, I'm referring to Ghost River. Until then, hatch gas pool. Likewise, Nexus first out of Nice. Okay, let's go. Nexus first into a bit of a more delayed gateway, so a greedier opener out of Nice, but it makes sense on a larger map like Alkione. This map is known for its macro, it's known for its late game, just because of how many bases there are, how defendable your third is, how defendable your fourth is as well. We've seen many a later game on this map. As Nice is coming in with the probe scouts to confirm what exactly is going on. Even mining those gold minerals. Let's go. Let's mine through those minerals. As we do get eyes on the timing of the spawning pool. Behind this, it's going to be a 2-gate follow-up. This does make sense based on the initial Nexus first. So second gate is on the way. And with these 2 gateways, we can get into 2 and then 4 adepts very quickly. And 2 adepts can, of course, one-shot drones, so we can pose a threat to Mixu. I'm also curious if we actually let the Zealot finish. I mean, Lings are out, that is true. So we're going for the safety Zealot first, followed by the adepts. Meanwhile, we delay the adepts, going for a Stargate opener. Okay, you have my attention. We have our tech of choice, Stargate opener out of Nice. The wall is up and running. And we'll see what unit we go for first. Is it going to be a Void Ray, an Oracle, or a Phoenix? We'll see. Shall see. Meanwhile, shout in the chat. Did you see Donj in the chat? Cyberjohn. Kalassi as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Iron Ringed. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Or good evening. or good night, depending on where you are in the world. I know it's quite late in Europe, and it's getting late in the Americas. Here it is 11 a.m. 11 a.m. in the morning. But after this cast, I'm 100% going to bed. I have another cast in 11 hours. In 11 hours' time, we're going to be live here on the channel once again with some more StarCraft, so I want to be well rested for it. Meanwhile, it is the Void Ray. We have our answer. Void Ray first. Now, the power of a Void Ray opener is kind of the shroud that... the shroud that you kind of engulf yourself in. The Void Ray can hunt down the Overlords and keep Mixu in the dark. As to what's going on next. Lings, they get a probe. They get up a second probe as well. Not bad. 2 probes go down. We delay the third base. Big delay here for Nice. And do we throw down earlier tech as a result? For now, Void Ray into Oracle. Lings, they poke in. We do shave off a couple of Lings. They were thrown away. Nice, now expands. At least Mixu confirms that there is an expansion. Confirms that there is a third. And is still being very active with those Lings. Back at home, we're getting to our 3-base saturation. We have a Spore in the main. We have a Spore just in the main base, not at the natural or the third. So this Oracle has potential. And behind this, we are throwing down the Forge and the Twilight Council. Now, this is a little bit earlier, but I think that's just because the third base is a little bit later because of the delays. So I imagine +1 in Blink, but it could be +1 in Charge. Could be one or the other. Let's see what we embrace. Oracle being forced back. Oracle is fended off, and what is our upgrade of choice? What are we going into? What are we embracing? Show us what you got. It's gonna be +1 and... For now, we're controlling the Oracle across the map. But there it is. It's going to be Charge. Okay, +1 in Charge into a Temple Archives. It's going to be Charge Lots and Archons for Nice. Okay. See how you can embrace this. We'll see if how you can make use of it. Lings, they don't quite get a probe across the map. The Olaf is successful. And this can be a very strong charge timing here, where we morph in the Archons as the Temple Archives is done. Just in time to move that across the map. So we'll see how aggressive and Nice is going to be, or if he just expands, takes the 4th base, and heads towards a longer game. Well, we're going to Storm. Okay, we have our answer. We are headed towards a longer game indeed. I mean, we spoke about it earlier. We're loading into Alcyone. The map is known for longer late game, for macro play. So Nice is embracing that. Oracle's gonna cross the map. No Spore! Ooh, no Spore, no Queens either. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 4th base, but Nice is in position. Nice will defend, and meanwhile across the map, we're gonna lose so many more workers. That's gonna be 6 drones going down, and the Oracles escape. Very nice damage applied. Nice. Mixu gonna be resaturating, trying to get up to 4 base economy. Lings do get across the map. They get 1 probe. Just the 1. Still being active, marauding around. Mixu's still droning up. He's just being active, but he's not really committing too hard. As he's hoping to cancel the base. Going for the Nexus. But Charge is done. Storm is not, and Lings are going for the High Templar. Oh my god, they're exposed! High Templar are exposed. They force them morph into Archons. But the Zelts are holding their own, and it looks like Nice he will hold. He will defend, he will clean this up, but at least Mixu did force those Archons. Something that I'm sure Nice didn't really want yet. Regardless, Nice does defend. Gold base is being taken, not saturated yet. And Nice is pulling away and embracing just a higher form army. Archon, Storm, Immortal production has begun. Double Robot production even. That's going to be a lot of Immortals. A lot of Immortals on the way. Meanwhile, Mixu, have we thrown down a Hydroden? We have a Hive on the way, but no Hydroden. Interesting. Are we going into... I was going to say, are we going into Ultras, but this should still be for Vipers and Hydra Lurker, I imagine, just because we're working on range upgrades, not melee. But we'll see. The Void Ray does overextend. Oracle's once again making the way towards the 3rd. Still no Spore. Aye, that is brutal. No Spore in position. We get another 7 drone kills. Not like this. 7 more drones go down. The Oracles, they survive, they escape, they recall back home. At the same time, Roaches try to push in, but they run into a wall of Immortals. Yeah, Immortals have been building up. More static defense. Now, at least Mixu has the gold, so even though we've been losing a lot of drones, we can make up for that with the mineral income from the gold base. We can make up for it. As we attempt to go for a run by, the wall is open. And we defend. Yeah, we're in position at the same time. Roach Raptor on the right-hand side, and Nice is out of position. And the Immortals are exposed. Storm gets thrown down. We're trying to come in from behind. Ooh, more storms though. The Archons, they're being morphed in. And the Immortals, they survive. And the Immortals will defend. At the same time, Lings, they hit the natural. They head in. But so far, good crisis management. We get 1 Immortal though. 1 Immortal goes down. Lings, they bust into the natural. They get defended against. Banelings are on the way. We don't notice! No! Oh, we do. Okay. We do notice the Banelings. The Banelings are denied, and Nice does defend. Meanwhile, I was curious what the Hive was going to be for. I was very curious. We have the answer. Spire play. It looks like Broodlords. This can work, but Broodlords are a way off. Like, we're a ways off from Broodlords and a Greater Spire. And upgrades as well. Speaking of, there it is. Greater Spire's on the way. We'll see if Mixu can make it to Broodlord tech. If so, I think he can do well. He can do very nicely here with Broodlords. But I'm concerned because I feel like Nice should be pushing first. Nice has been the defender for the past couple of minutes. He's been stuck at home. And soon he should break out. We're getting to that point. And when we do, I'm not so sure we're going to have Broodlords to defend. You can see Mixu getting ready for a big counterattack. As that Stasis Trap does connect. We catch out the Roaches. Zelrod gets cleaned up, and Nice, does he turn around? I mean, that is a lot of Roaches. But Nice, he has faith in his reinforcements. He holds his ground. And now Corruptors are on the way. You can see that Mixu's doing everything he can to keep Nice back at home. That's the win condition for Mixu. Is not to kill Nice with these Roaches, but to distract him. To keep him busy. 1 Immortal goes down. And Broodlords are on the way. Mixu's done it. He has done it. He's been able to just keep Nice's attention back at home by the time he needed. Get into those Broodlords. They're not the best upgraded. Like, we're still building up and working towards +1 air attack, +2 air carapace as well. But we at least have the Broodlords. And now Nice is moving up, but is it too late? Is it too little too late? How many Broodlords do we have? Just 4, soon to be 7. Is that enough? As we have all the Spine Crawlers, the goal base is going to be defended. We defend the goal, the Broodlords have been revealed. And do we try to get on top of them? We're going to try. Yeah, we're brute forcing our way through. 1 Archon goes down. He doesn't like his chances. Yeah, good kiting so far with the Broodlords. And Nice, he's forced to throw down a Fleet Beacon. He's transitioning. Which means Mixu holds. Mixu does hold on, he forces a recall. Lings are being cleaned up. But the Broodlords, they reign supreme. They catch the High Templar! No! High Templar, get out of here! We get 1! We catch a High Templar, we get an Immortal. We do lose a base, but it's been worth it so far for Mixu. And catching more Immortals, expensive losses here for Nice. As we lose not just 1, 2, 3 Immortals go down. Oh my god. Yeah, we're just chasing this down. We got 3 Immortals, 3 High Templar, and we're not done. We're catching out the entire army. Oh my god. Nice getting pulled apart. Reinforcements have arrived. Okay, we're holding. We saved the Archons. If these Archons were caught out, that could have been game. That could have been game then and there. Nice does have Blink, forced to reinforce with just purely Blink Stalkers. The Nexus is going to go down. Snipe the base. We do snipe the 5th. Now, with purely Blink Stalkers, can we fight back against these Broodlords? We could, but the Broodlord count, how many do we have? 10. 10 Broodlords, soon to be 12 Broodlords. We cannot dive under this army. We cannot punish this with Blink Stalkers. Not anymore. Not with this many Broodlords and this much on the ground. Meanwhile, Nice is taking up into Skytoss. Tempest are on the way, Mothership as well. We are getting there. But what I'm concerned about for Nice is the economy. Like, he's been on 4 bases for a while, but we need a 5th. We need a 5th base. A 6th base would be ideal. I mean, the goal base would have been ideal. So Nice is still trying to recover economically, still trying to refine his army. His army is not ideal against Broodlords, but still getting there. Tempest are a good choice. And as Nice does deny this expansion, Mixuye is pushing it on the right-hand side. He is going for a big counterattack. Now, we do have a recall. Recall is available. Once, oh, but still no Spore. Oh, mate, how often have we punished this 3rd base? Oh my god, we get another 10. I want to say like almost 30 drones have fallen in this base alone. Aye, aye, aye. Meanwhile, the Broodlords are pushing in. Do we go for the recall? Do we go for a counterattack? What are we going for? As the Broodlords, they will bring down the base. Lings are flooding in as well. Nice going for a counterattack. The Broodlords turn back around, and the Lings, they should be able to clean this up. I say that the base does survive, just barely. Base does live. We're getting into Lurker tech. And here comes the massive counterattack. We're getting on top of the 3rd. The hatchery will fall. Lurkers are trying to keep up. Again, it's going to be Broodlord Lurker from Mixu. That's a lot of anti-ground. But the Lurkers are not quite in position. We can go into the natural. Uh-oh. Yeah, Mixu completely out of position. We're peeling off into the natural, getting another expansion. At the same time, Lings wreaking havoc across the map. The natural base will survive. But not the northern hatchery. As we get another 15 drone kills, Mixu down to 42 workers. Mixu barely has an economy. And you can see he's hunting for the main army. Now, what I will say, looking at the main armies, it's 13 Broodlords, 7 Lurkers, and we only have 4 Tempest. I do favor Mixu's army in a head-to-head fight. I do favor his army currently. But, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Nice. As Nice is looking to double expand. Getting a 5th base, getting another expansion as well. 0 creep whatsoever, so Mixu is going to have a very hard time punishing these northern bases. Shocking around with the Broodlords. But these Broodlords, I feel pretty exposed at this point. They're on their own. Workers repositioning as well. Pushing forward. Just getting a couple of shots off. Do we have a Viper? We do. We have 2 Vipers. We can go for power bombs. We can go for abductions. Wedging ourselves in between the new 4th and the 5th. Yeah, the Lurkers do borrow. We're getting into the stack defense. Good slow zone. But the Tempest have a lot of work to do. It's only 4 Tempest. Say that, getting up to 5. 1 Tempest is exposed. 1 Tempest will go down. We're just annihilating the middle line. So many probes are falling as well. We get 12, 13 probe kills. The probes are being forced away. Can we dive in? But the Tempest are getting so much damage. And the problem is that what is the answer? What is the answer to the Tempest? It has to be abduction. We have to abduct. Or just commit. We're going for the fungal. It's not going to work out well here. We're getting on top of the Broodlords. Massive storms. Yeah, we storm the Broodlords. The Tempest survive. And nice. He's taking the fight. Oh, where is he? We have more Corruptors on the way. Viper comes in. We get the Mothership. Mothership does go down. A nice fungal as well. Catching out the Immortals. Immortals are going down, but the Tempest count is getting higher and higher. That's a lot of Tempest. Getting another yoink, but not enough Corruptors, not enough anti-air. The Tempest reigns supreme. We are down to how many Corruptors? 4 Corruptors. It's not enough. Yeah, the Tempest, they can just move in. Oh, the Hydras, though, they catch a Tempest. They get 1. The attack rate a little bit too soon. We get a second Tempest as well. Oh my god. The ground army, we can help. We get a 3rd Tempest. At the same time, Broodlord's trying to push in. Another base getting up and running. One Lurker being such a nuisance, but we have detection. Lurker goes down. We have 2 Hydras and 3 Corruptors. I don't see how this can work out for Mixu. He did well for himself getting into Broodlord tech, but again, the Skytos army was a little bit too much to handle. Nice, doing a great job at counter-attacking, knocking down some of these fringe bases. Crippling the economy. Those Oracles here at the 3rd base, remember, they killed so many drones. I want to say up to 30 workers died here at the 3rd. Because it was, I want to say it was at least 10 towards the end. It was another 7, I think another 7 as well. And Zealous hit the last mining base of Mixu, the most important mining base. We clean up the Zealots at least. But Nice is remaxing. Nice, his economy is kicking in, his bases are kicking in. Nice is almost remaxed, and Mixu, he's down to the bare bones. He's down to a handful of Lurkers, a handful of Broodlords, a couple of Corruptors. Mixu pulls away. And his goal here is to buy time. Once again, is to counterattack. It's to try to buy as much time as possible to recover and rebuild. But he has to buy a lot of time is the problem. Like, we're still a ways away from maxing out. Stalker's headed towards the 3rd. Nothing here. Going to the 4th. Stalkers get caught out. Yeah, bold move here out of Nice. It doesn't quite pay off. A cheeky maneuver. At the same time, we shut down the Oracles. Nice, throwing away some supply. Okay. This is the best case scenario for Mixu. He's like, keep going, Pappy. Just give me more Stalkers. Give me more Oracles. You don't need them. Oh my god. As the Skytos army is getting overwhelming at this point. We have 7 Tempests, 2 Carriers. That's a lot of Storms as well. So many High Templar. Taking the Bailey Nest, going for the Hatchery. Mixu setting up a counterattack. I mean, that's all he can do, is a base trade. That's the best chance, the best opportunity here for Mixu. Does get the Mothership. Gets a free Mothership, not bad. Once again, Nice throwing away some units, but I mean, he can afford to throw it away. Like, it's okay, he can afford it. Nexus will eventually go down. At the same time, we're busting into the main, clearing up all the tech. Yeah, the Hive, the Spires, the Hydroden as well, and then we can recall back home. Mixu just getting as much as he can get. Yeah, the Spires are cleaned up, and the question becomes, do we keep pushing and commit to the base trade? I mean, we may as well, right? Like, we have these northern bases, they're untouched. Nice can just keep going for more bases. And he will. Yeah, he's going for more hatcheries. Zealots are already ahead of him. They get 19 drone kills. There's nothing here. There's no spine crawlers at the bottom right-hand base. We have a Spire at least. We have more Corruptors on the way. Corruptors are coming in from behind. They're trying to catch out the army. Corruptors are spotted. Archon's pushing in. And Lurkers are here to support. Not going to be easy to push into the Lurkers at least. And the Lurkers do hold their own at the same time. Zealots is still wreaking havoc. And nice feedback. Nice feedback on the Infestors. Mixu, he's down to one base economy, if that. Down to 10 drones. That's all we have left. Do we have Neural? Unfortunately not. No Neural Parasite. So just Fungals. Just Fungal Growths. And GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight as Nice will take a lead in the series. We'll claim game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Nice. We'll take a lead. And what a game as well. That was intense. That was 25 minutes, and both players had their moments. Remember, Mixu was in a lot of trouble until he was able to rush and able to successfully get into his Broodlords. Once he got into his Broodlord tech, then he was able to hold his own and able to knock down bases and even catch out a lot of the army, but not enough, unfortunately. We were hoping that maybe he could catch out some more Archons and more Immortals. Alas, Nice got away, was able to successfully get into Skytos, into Tempest, into Carriers, and was able to eventually re-expand as well. Nice was losing bases, but eventually recovered. Eventually did regain control of his 4th and a 5th base, and max out. And Mixu was unable to stop him. And with that, Nice takes a lead, but that was merely only game 1. We have plenty more ahead of us. Plenty more to come. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up with the chat. Shout me out too, man. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. But we are settling into game number 2. And who's going to take it? Again, I do favor Nice overall in this series, but I want to believe that we can bring it back. Again, this was not the cleanest game out of Nice. Mixu had his own moments as well. Clearly, we can go back and forth here, and I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for more. Hoping for more as we're getting into game number 2. Getting into that second game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. Down in the series, we're going to bounce back here and now. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Little Fairy. It is Nice. Moving out with a very early probe, hoping to force a bit of a deviation, a bit of an unnatural natural, if you will. Yeah, the probe has arrived, and Mixu is going to have a hard time expanding. He's going to be forced elsewhere. Forced to expand at the 3rd base. Now, this could give Nice the idea to go for a Twilight Council opener into Glaive Depths, into DTs. Nice has that available to him. He has the option. Nice. See in the chat. The probe does confirm, does get eyes in the expansion, as it is going to be a hatch gas pool opener out of Mixu. So nothing too aggressive, no early pool, no early gas. We're settling into a standard opener from the side of the Zerg player, and our eyes are still going to be on Nice. This time, gate first. Remember, last game it was a Nexus into a 2-gate follow-up. This time, a gate expand. So a much more standard start out of Nice. can embrace some adept aggression. As the gateway is routed across the map, Cybercore is on the way. The Overlord will confirm the build of choice. Will confirm the opener of Nice. And we'll see if Nice does double down. As the spawning pool is now done. Our Queens and Lings on the way. Nice, we'll get the hell out of there. And based on the pylon positioning, this screams Twilight Council. You usually wouldn't hide the Stargate. The Stargate is usually placed a little bit further out, a little bit closer to the edge, so we can get across the map that much faster with the Oracle. Well, what's it gonna be? Is it the Twilight Council? If it's a Stargate, it could be for a Void Ring, but there it is. Twilight Council has been thrown down. And the pylon placement did kind of allude to that. Now the question becomes, Glaive Adepts or DTs? Which one? Now, for now, we're staying in gas. If we pull out of gas, it should be Glaive Adepts. If we stay in, it should be Dark Templar from Nice. And if we stay in gas, it could even be a combination of the two. We could even go Glaive Adepts and DTs as well. For now, do you have a Link slipping in? Nice scout from Mixu. He does slip into the natural, slipping into the main, and Mixu will get a free scout here with his Ling. As the door was wide open. Adept getting across the map, gets one drone kill so far. Ooh, gets a second drone as well. 2 drones in the main, but is that worth giving up some scouting, or giving up the tech? We stay in gas, it's going to be Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is on the way. The Link comes in to confirm. Does get eyes on the Twilight Council at least, and does spot the Robo. Show us that Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is on the way at the natural, but Mixu more or less has pieced it all together. He has most of what he needs to confirm. Here we go. As we have the Dark Shrine on the way. So there's going to be that DT opener. Back at home, Mixui's got his Roachborn in production. We should be seeing Spores momentarily as well to get ready for the aggression of Nice. If we don't see a Spore, then Mixu may believe it's going to be Glaive Adepts, which is concerning, but there we go. Spore is now on the way. We have a Spore here at the natural, and we should be seeing a Spore at the third. As the War Prism's on the way, again, we can harass with the DTs. If the DTs don't get much damage, we can always morph them into Archons and go for Archon drop harass instead. Likewise, Nice does fully wall off at the natural, and he's taking the triangular third instead. He's going for a star-based expansion. Mixu is here to deny the base, though. Links have arrived, and we're going for the Nexus. And Nice getting caught with this pan style. The Nexus is going to be denied. Oh, that's a kill! That's a kill on a cancel. That's 400 minerals. Oh my god, massive pickup. At the same time, DTs are across the map. We have detection. We have the Spores. And Nice is in a world of hurt. He does fully wall off. And drones are getting, sorry, DTs are getting some damage done. They get 1 drone so far, but just the 1 drone. Not worth it. The Dark Templar does fall. Spore finishes up in the main. The Prism taking a lot of damage. And the DTs are trapped. They do manage to waddle out. They do get away. Meanwhile, back at home, oh my god, that is a... I guess that's a wall. Now, the problem here is that now Nice is stuck on 2 bases. He can't take a third. He has to break out of his own wall as well. Or use the Warp Prism. Yeah, the Prism is coming back. This is a disastrous start for Nice. And Mixu, he's looking good. He's droning up, he's taking more gases, he's taking up towards a lair. No third base to speak of from Nice. And yeah, we have to juggle the probe over the wall to expand. And this is such a late third base. Forge is on the way, Robo is on the way, Bay is on the way, but Nice, he's behind. He's quite far behind, and Mixu, he's looking to just deny the base once again. We have detection. We knock down the DT. At the same time, Nice is here on the right-hand side, applying pressure, forcing more warp-ins. But Mixu's here on the right-hand side. And Mixu has options. If he wanted to, he could just take a fourth. He could take a fourth base, get up to 4 base saturation, tech into Hydras, tech into Hive Tech. But instead, Mixu is playing it safe. He's investing into Roach Ravager. Doubling down. Nice is finally being active with the drop play, but these Archons have got a lot of work to do. And at the same time, we're still knocking down the third. And Nice can't reinforce. Again, he's walled off. Mining through those minerals. GG gets called. Yeah, it's just too much of a deficit. Everything's snowballing out of control, and Mixu will take the game. Whew. GG, we are going to the ace match. Going all the way to game number 3. Again, just the opener was scouted and the build just went from bad to worse for Nice. Just everything was on fire. Everything just snowballed out of control. And Mixu was all over it. GG. GG, well played. We're getting into the ace match. And I am hoping here that Nice calms down and reverts to a much more standard build. No more DTs. The Stargate into a third base. We'll see. We shall see. As we have made it all the way to the ace match. Meanwhile, Mixu, I'm curious if he's going to be the aggressor this time. What I'm referring to is the map. We're loading into Oceanborn, and it is not uncommon to see Zerg players go for these big 3 base or even 2.5 base or even 2 base all-ins on this map. It has been seen quite frequently, even at the highest level of play. Players like Solar, players like Dark, players like Raynor, players like Cyril. They're more than willing to embrace these all-ins. German taxis I'm referring to, or just Queen walks across the map. Link Queen Nidus all-ins. And we'll see how Mixu does embrace this map. Do we have aggression or a standard game? Likewise, what is Nice going to go for? We go. As we are settling in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Nice. Here we go. Back at home, Mixu going for a hatch first. Meanwhile, Nice going for his own gate expand as well. We're calming down. We're settling in. We're settling in. Are settling in, and we'll see what kind of build Nice goes for this time. Again, based on what happened in the last game, I mean, what I will say is that everything snowballing out of control was also because of the map itself. Like, we were just not ready to protect the third base either. Like, Nice was caught with his pants down. So if we did see a Twilight Council opener, I'm sure we'd see cleaner execution out of Nice here on Oceanborn, but I would like to see a Stargate instead. Would appreciate the Stargate. Meanwhile, Mixu, standard opener, hatch gas pool, joining up, getting into our 2 base setup. Getting into our 2 bases. So here we will just be poking in. And Mixu is just making his initial lanes just to defend, just to expand, take a third base. Really, our eyes are going to be on our Protoss player to get a read and get a feel for how we do play this out. Interesting, going for a Stalker first. Okay, this is very suspect. Now, typically, we wouldn't go for a Stalker at this timing and a Warp Gate either if we didn't intend to go for a Twilight Council opener, but no, we have a Stargate on the way. We're getting mixed signals. I like this. So, typically, we delay Warp Gates and we go Adept first if we're going for the Stargate. There's no need to go for the Stalker to deny vision unless we're hiding something, but we're not. So mind games are upon us. Mind games are on the way. The Overlord is barely saved. We saved the Overlord. Lings have arrived. And can we get a scout off? Ooh, so far, we cannot. But again, the Stargate opener is going to be hidden, is going to be unscouted. And I'm curious if we bank up Oracles, if we go Void Ray instead. I'm curious how Nice has approached this. How he makes use of this kind of shroud of ambiguity that surrounds him. Okay, Oracle first. Is going to be an Oracle opener. Now, the chances of Mixu delaying his spores and delaying or making sure, and not having his queens in position is actually a little bit higher now because of the Stalker. It is unlikely that it's a Stargate opener. So we'll see if Mixu will be in position. I mean, for now, 2 queens of the natural. We're going to have 2 queens of the main. Well, we're going to be okay. We have our queens. Oracle is moving out. It looks like the Overlord should be able to scout this. Yeah, the Overlord does confirm the Oracles. Does get eyes on the Adepts. And Mixu is getting in position. You can see him rotating over with those queens. Spores are now on the way. We do shade in. And we get 2 drones, not bad. 2 workers do go down. We get a 3rd drone as well. We get a 4th drone. Oh my god. 4 drones for 2 Adepts. Well worth it here for Nice. Is a good trade. The Oracle does survive as well. Takes a bit of hull damage, but we'll get away. And we can now expand back at home. Now, when it comes to our setup here, Mixu did go for a very early Roach Warren. That is interesting. A Roach Warren typically isn't really gotten this early on unless we wanted to be aggressive or we wanted to defend against Glaive Adepts. But I guess Mixu did assume it was Glaives because of the initial Stalker, so a safety Roach Warren that isn't really going to come into play. This is actually better for Nice. This means this was wasted resources, a drone, the minerals as well. A Roach Warren that wasn't quite necessary. So some nice inadvertent damage here from Nice. Meanwhile, Lair's on the way. We're joining up, getting up to 3-base saturation. We do have our triple Oracle moving out. And Lings, they attempt to harass, but Nice is in position. Oracles, they hit the natural, no spore in position. We go for the queen. Yeah, 1 queen goes down. We're going to get the 2nd queen as well. Taking a lot of damage, but it looks like reinforcing queens have arrived, and we defend, and we save the 2nd queen at least. The Oracles are forced back. We defend. Mixu does defend. Behind this, we have Blink and +1. Additional gateways. And we're even taking up into a Templar Archive. So we're not going for a 3-base all-in. Templar Archives is on the way. Here at the natural. So Nice is looking to expand, is looking to saturate his 3rd base and take up 4th. I would imagine. That upside denied. Shading into the 3rd base at the same time. Oracles, they hit the natural. Take another 5 drones. 6 drone kills, not bad. The Adepts are cleaned up, but we get 7 worker kills in total. The Oracles, they all survive. And back at home, our 3rd base is looking pretty secure. So far, so good. You can see Mixu setting up for some Dropper Lord harass. At the same time, Infestation Bit, that should be for Hive Tech. Mixu is taking up. Getting into Roach play even. Okay. Ling Drop is on the way. We're going to clear up a lot of creep. The drop is making its way towards the natural. Storm is getting there. We're halfway done. So taking his 4th. Oh, and I assumed it was going to be for the Hive, but no, we're going into Swarm Host. Okay, that is an interesting choice here from Mixu. Swarm Host play can do well against Charged Archon, but we don't have Charge Ults, we have Blink Stalkers. So this feels like a little bit of a misread here out of Mixu. I'm a little bit concerned for him. We'll see how well these Swarm Hosts can perform. Now, the reason why Swarm Host can do well against Charged Archon is because it's a very immobile composition. Blink Stalkers can dive on these Swarm Hosts. They can chase them down and can punish them. So there's a different dynamic here as the Swarm Host is revealed. Just the one, though. Just the one for now. And is it a token Swarm Host or is it real? Nice has yet to confirm. More Swarm Hosts on the way. think Roach does hit the fourth. Big storm of the Roaches, though. We deny the Lings at the same time. The Locust Wave is getting ready at the natural. Stormhosts are looking to come in. And they go for the tech. They go for the Temple Archives. Massive pickup. Storm is done, but no more Archons, no more High Templar. Things are coming from behind, but they don't quite get on top of the Roaches. Don't get on top of the High Templar. Barely not. One Archon is morphed in. Locust Wave once again. They barely do not. They get one! They get one High Templar. Massive pickup, and it looks like Mixu is barely breaking through. And he's doubling down. He's just maxing out, going purely for Roach Ravager. And nice, he was still taking up, still working towards charge, towards +2, towards immortal production. Nice, he's not ready. He's barely not ready for this. Locust Wave comes in as well, and Mixu, he's breaking through. Pushing into the natural, getting on top of the Robo. We deny the immortal. Robo goes down. Nice, has to evacuate, and Mixu, it looks like he barely has enough. And he's gonna get the base. We have another Locust Wave coming in. GG gets called, and Mixu will take the series 2-1, bringing down Nice. GG. GG, well played. Mixu, he had a rough game 1, but was able to punish Nice in game 2 with the failed DT opener. And here in game 3, able to embrace Swarmhost play and able to catch Nice in the middle of teching, right? He was still taking up towards Immortals, towards Chargers, so he was investing into mainly upgrades and tech, less so his army. He was not quite ready for the aggression of Mixu. GG. GG, well played. Even I was caught a little bit off guard by the amount of roaches, the sheer amount of roaches that Mixu had. Very nicely done. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations. Mixu does take the series. And suddenly, is Mixu favored to make it to the finals? He's one step closer. He is one step closer. Let's have a look at the bracket and catch up with everything that's been going on. Let's go. Whew. Okay, let's switch our scenes over and refresh that bracket from the top. From the very top, we've had MaxPax. MaxPax has been blazing his way through the bracket. He's up against Dolan in the semifinals. Dolan towards Nicaract. Let's go. Okay, I wanted to see Dolan do well, and I knew he was gonna go up against Nicaract from the beginning of the bracket, but he 2-0s Nicaract as well. Very impressive stuff. GG, well played. Dolan is now mid-series against MaxPax in the upper semifinals. Best of luck to Dolan. Best of luck. He is the Duckling himself. He is the CranKy Duckling. Scrolling down, we have Battle B. Battle B took down Foxter 2-0, and up next we have Battle B versus Mixu. Let's go. Just messaging some players, messaging some casters as well. We go. So that is going to be the lower semifinals, and we will be getting those predictions ready. And honestly, Battle B versus Mixu. Now, I do rate Battle B higher than Baby Marine. I do rate him a little bit higher. But how do I compare Battle B to Mixu? Oh, that's a good question. When I think of WTL, when I think of World Team League, Battle B has been coming in clutch. They are teammates, for those who don't know. Battle B and Mixu are indeed teammates, and I'm sure they practice together. I'm sure they train together. I do think that Battle B is going to pose a greater threat to Mixu than Baby Marine did. And I might go as far as to say that Battle B is the favored player here, but regardless of how this goes, whether it goes the way of Mixu or the way of Battle B, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3. That is at least what I want out of this series. But now, we're heading over to the European server, and we will be jumping into our lower semifinals. Again, best of luck to Dolan. Quickly checking how How is he looking against MaxPax? Are they in game 1 or game 2? Okay, they're in game 2. They're in game 2, but Dolan is popping off. Let's go. Oh my god. Kind of. I mean, he's losing a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines are going down. Oh my god. The danger, Dolan. I want to believe. Do want to believe. As I say that. Barely didn't have enough. But it looks like we're all going to be converging. We're all going to be coming together here for Battle B versus Mixu. As I do pay out those predictions. And we get ready for the lower semis. We're getting ready. Makes it so strong, so powerful, Pappy, powerful. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. It looks like our players need a moment to set up those predictions, to set up their vetoes. We're also setting up our predictions as well. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have Mixu versus Battle B into MaxPax, as MaxPax just took down Dolan 2-0, so MaxPax is waiting for the winner of this series. We have 2 best ofs left. We have this best of 3 followed by the best of 5 against MaxPax. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break as we have returned with the semi-finals of ESL Open Cup Americas number 240. That's a lot of weeks. That's a lot of ESL Americas, and we're here in the semi-finals. 2 more series left to wrap up one of the final ESL Open Cups of the season. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold, whether this goes the way of the Terran or the Zerg. Who faces off against MaxPax in the finals? Up to you to place that bet, to decide. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. He just took down nice 2-0. It is Mixu. Let's go. Again, predictions should be open for another minute or so place your bets. Best of luck as we're settling into another TVZ. We just saw Mixu flex and really showcase his prowess and his skill against Baby Marine earlier, but now he's up against a teammate, a fellow teammate here, and again, a player that will pose a greater threat. We'll see how this does unfold. For now, standard openers, Hatch Gas Pool out of Mixu, likewise a Rax Expand out of Battle B. Settling in. No crazy 2-axe Reaper, no pool first, no 15-15. And because these two players are teammates, and because I imagine they practice together, I'm sure that there's going to be a little bit of mind games and just a little bit more added to this matchup and to this face-off even. As I'm sure they're a little bit more familiar with each other's tendencies. More aware of each other's play styles. Go. So now, the first Reaper is moving out across the map. What I'm referring to, something very stylistic that we saw out of Mixu in the previous series, was Mixu going for borrowed banelings in the middle of fights. He was going for link drops into the main as well. Things that you don't often see in ZVTs, at least not as prevalent as we saw between Mixu and his previous ZVT as well. I'll see if we can get there. For now, we're going to be delaying the expansion. The SCV is in position, and the drone won't quite be able to take it. Drone is forced back. The expansion is heavily delayed, and Mixu is contained to 2 bases. So far, a very strong start for Battle B. Behind this, we have a 3rd TC on the way. 3rd TC before Starport, very economic build, and Mixu is falling behind. He's falling behind. We already forced 2 of these gas geysers, and we're going to force another. Oh my god. Yeah, 3rd gas geyser. Queen is in position. The Reaper is barely going to make it through. We do slip in, getting a scout, potentially getting a drone kill as well, and making our way behind the mineral line. The drone is under fire. Oh my god, we don't quite get it. I spoke too soon. Reaper rotates around. Meanwhile, across map, links have arrived, but the base is done. And the Reaper will even escape for a moment. Yeah, we'll get away. Link speed kicks in, but this is a safe zone here for the Reaper. No access by the Lings. The Reaper lives, and finally Mixu can expand, but a very late 3rd base. Meanwhile, back at home, do have our 3CC into 1-1-1, add-on swap into Banshees. Battle B executing his build very nicely, very crisp setup here from Battle B. And here comes the Banshee. We're getting into our Banshee, into our Hellion production. Reaper does dip in for a 2nd time. Again, just making sure there's no fast gases, no fast Roach Warren, no all-in out of Mixu. As we can see, the Mixu is still just droning up, trying to resaturate, trying to recover. We do get a nice Link Scout into the main. We do confirm the Banshees. We should be getting ready with those spores. Mixu is aware of what's going on. And the lair is on the way. And we're getting ready for that move out. We're amassing Hellions. We're working towards the 2nd Banshee. Cloak is almost done for the Banshees as well. And as Battle B applies pressure, he expands. Taking that 3rd. Beast still being active. And we'll threaten the mineral line again. Just keeping Mixu busy. Keeping tabs on him. Not overextending. Behind this, working towards Bio. It's going to be 1-1. Getting into the rest of our Raxes. 4th hatchery on the way for Mixu. And now the Banshees are moving out. Now we do have a spore in each mineral line. We have a spore in the main, the natural, and the 3rd. We have detection. We have anti-air. We'll see if Battle B finds damage nonetheless. 2 Banshees do one-shot drones. They have the DPS for it. And they will hit the natural. Yeah, they get 2. They get 3 drone kills already. Oh, almost a 4th. Oh my god. Forcing a cancel. The drone is saved. Battlebee does pull away. So far, some nice damage from Battlebee, but nothing game-ending. Getting into additional Raxes. 8 Raxes, or 8 Raxing is not uncommon on a map like Alcyone. We've seen a lot of 3-base all-ins. Got the history of this map. But for now, we're just getting up to 7 Raxes. Speaking of, that is an 8th Rax on the way. And no extra gases at the 3rd base. It looks like Battlebee is setting up for a 3-base all-in. No boy. Again, if there were a map to do it on, it would be Alcyone. Lings are amassing for Mixu. Rocks are being knocked down. I'm loving that we're knocking down these rocks early on so we can set up a surround. But this move out is going to hit like a truck. So trying to catch out the Marines. Oh! Decent connections. We have some okay Bailey connections here as we drag the army into tank fire. But then Mixu getting ready for that surround, but it's not ready yet. We need a little bit more time. Does need more time. Mixu's running up to 4-base saturation. Getting on top of the Hellions. Again, Battlebee is still very committed. Rallying everything across the map. He's making 12 Marines at a time. Again, there's no 4th CC, there's no extra gases, there's no second factory. It is a 3-base all-in from Battlebee. His goal here is to break Mixu here and now. We're trying to get on top of the tanks. Tanks do siege. Ling Bane rolling forward, but it looks like we don't have enough Ling Bane. 1 tank goes down. Just the 1. And Battlebee is pushing forward. Every tank that falls is that much worse for Battlebee. Like, he's not really making too many tanks behind this. But a second tank is coming in to reinforce. Ling's trying to catch reinforcements as well. Catching some Marines. Bailey's roll in. But the spread is good. Ling's coming from behind. Yeah, we're getting a full surround. It looks like Mixu will clean this up. Just barely. Shuts down the tanks. Forces back the Marines. And Mixu's holding. And remember, no 4th base. We don't really have a follow-up here for Battlebee. It's still just rallying everything across the map. As he moves out, Mixu once again coming in from behind. Remember, he knocked down these rocks at the start of the game. He's catching more Marines. Yeah, very nice movement. Marines are getting caught out. Oh, Mixu overextending for a moment. Has to pull back. Finishing on more Bailings. And coming in for another sandwich, another surround. Getting on top of the tank, getting on top of the Marines. And Mixu is shutting this down. Overextending a little bit here. We do have to respect the Marines. They can hold their own. Especially off of creep. As Battlebee is still not expanding. Still just rallying across the map. I mean, again, he's got 2-2 on the horizon. And he does get into the middle line. Drones are going down. Oh no! We get in! 11, almost 12 drones falling. Do escape, do load up, jumping into the main, and just like that, we have crippled the economy of Mixu. Mixu on par, if not behind, Battlebee. The drop comes back in. Mixu, he was doing so well up until this point. And now Mixu, it looks like he's been broken. It looks like he's being pulled apart. One slip up, one misstep, and that can cost you the game. As more drones are falling, Mixu trying to keep up. This hatchery is going to go down. At least it should. Tanks are getting up and running. Hatchery's under fire. And Mixu gives up on the base. Hatchery goes down. And now we get a 4th CC on the way. A very late 4th, but again, Battlebee, he's found the room here to transition, to expand. Battlebee has done enough damage. Meanwhile, Mixu has been able to take up into Hive Tech, working towards Ultras. Ultras are on the way. Scan reveals the tech. Battlebee is aware, and that should trigger a move out or a transition into Ghost. Into Ghost Lib. It's Battlebee moving out with another army. Getting caught out for a moment though, we're getting on top of the tanks. Tanks, they were late to siege, and this is not where we wanted to be. One tank goes down, but the Liberator has arrived. We have freedom! Liberation is here, and Mixu is forced back. It looks like he was setting up for his own committed push with Dropper Lords, with Queens. He does have to retreat. Liberator hitting the right-hand side, denying mining time. And it's all or nothing for Mixu. Just sending everything across the map. But Battlebee is set up. He's got tanks, he's got Liberators. He's set up at the third base. We're gonna try to push our way in. The Liberators have arrived. We're kiting back here towards the tanks as well. Marines, they do get away. Good kiting by Battlebee, and he's shutting this down completely. Collapsing on top of the Queens. We have some transfuse. Oh, the Ultras, they just want hugs. The Ultras, they go for the dive, but once again, we drag the army back into Liberators. We clean up every single Ultra. We have more behind this, though. We're breaking into the natural at the same time. We're across the map. We have crippled the economy. Mixu's completely all in. It's all or nothing for Mixu. As he's lost 35 drones. Trying to force his way into the main. He is breaking through. Gets into the main base, came to the production. Mixu has a comparable army, but what about those Liberators? That's the problem. We don't have any anti-air. We barely have any anti-air. Only the Queens. Just the Queens as Mixu evacuates the main. Hits the third. Oh, can get damage here. Going for the Marines. Oh, does catch them. They're overstimmed. Marines are going down. Planetary is not done, not yet. But Battlebee is set up. He saves his base. And he's crippling the economy. The last mining base of Mixu. Every drone is going down. Oh my god. 59 workers. The base as well. And Battlebee. It looks like he has done it. Mixu is down to 22 workers. He doesn't really have much mining going on. Mainly only the main base. And Battlebee has a planetary. Oh, sorry. Has an orbital even. My apologies. I thought it was a planetary. But the orbital is set up. We have a field of Liberators as well. We have Marines. We have a defensive position. Now, can Mixu break this? If he can, then, I mean, we can bring this back. But the production is floating over. Mixu's stuck at home dealing with the drops. And Mixu needs to deny these bases.
Swarm forces
now
under
aware.
attack.
Gets a free tank. Tank is going down. Battlebee getting a ninja base towards the north. We do at least deny the gold. And Battlebee is supply blocked. What you see is what you get. How many queens? We have 7 queens. But the SimCity here is brutal. We cannot break this. We cannot break this base. Which means over time, Battlebee will be able to outscale Mixu. So setting up more liberation zones. And again, we do have a ninja base as well. Mixu long distance mining, trying to re-expand, trying to get any kind of resources, any kind of mining going on. Does catch some Marines. Oh, the Ultra does overextend. Trading Marines for Lings. Battlebee's holding. He scans. He's going for the gold. Now, as Battlebee takes the gold base, he is going to be exposing himself a little bit more. There's less SimCity to work with here at the gold base. Less, but not none. As Mixu is coming forward with their Spore Crawlers, that's going to be his answer to those Liberators. As Spores have arrived. That's a creative solution. Viper as well.
Swarm forces.
Tempted to go for the power bomb. Ultra's getting caught out. No power yet. One Ultra falls. Oof. Yeah, brutal loss. We get one Ultra and we're going for another. Nice fungal. We catch out the army. Where are the Liberators? Where are the Liberation Zones? Massive fungal. Ah, but it wasn't enough. If we had one more fungal, that could have been it. That could have been everything we needed. But we only had the one. Yeah, the army is kiting well. Shaving off Ultras. The army is overstimmed. We get another Ultra. We're down to 3. 3 Ultras left. No transfuse. We clear up the creep. And now we're on 2 bases. One of them being the gold. We're on 2.5 bases with that ninja as well. Mixu trying to resaturate, but now he's at half the army supply. You can see Battlebee is scanning, trying to get a read on the economic situation. And again, despite the initial amazing defense out of Mixu, and again, I was really impressed by Mixu knocking down the rocks and getting the surrounds and defending against the initial 8 racks. And did do so for quite some time, but eventually he was broken. Eventually, Battlebee was able to get into mineral lines, able to catch Mixu off guard, cripple the economy, pull him apart. And Mixu was forced into this game state, into the all-in. As Battlebee's getting another base. He's back up to 3 base saturation. Battlebee's about to max out. There's just not much that Mixu can do here. His goal is to force a fight out in the open, out of range of the Liberators, and that's going to be his ideal. But even then, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, there are just so many Marauders. Even without Liberators, we can take the fight. Decent fungal. But the Ultras, they get targeted down. The Ultras, they melt so fast, so quick. GG gets called, and Battlebee takes game number 1. GG. Battlebee does take the first game. Again, it was a very impressive start out of Mixu, but things very quickly snowballed out of control in favor of the Terran. Mixu was unfortunately caught off guard by the initial drop on the right hand side, and that was the beginning of the end. The first domino that fell in favor of Battlebee. With that, GG. GG well played. Battlebee takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Getting ready for that second game. Here we go. So jumping into game number 2, and does it all end here and now? Do we get an ace match? Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3, but the pressure is now on Mixu. The pressure is on. Let's go. Oh, never mind. Mixu is not a Terran player. I don't know if you noticed, but Mixu accidentally did load in as Terran, so we'll have to remake. So we remake the lobby. It's all good, it's all good. We are all filing in. A shout out to the other language casters as well. Rocklets is casting in Brazilian and Portuguese. Likewise, we have Enki casting in Spanish and Espanol. So much love to the other language casters. So we're getting into our next game. Again, shout out to MaxPax. MaxPax is patiently waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series. We'll see which direction it does go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is Battlebee. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports as well as they are teammates. It is Mixu. Let's go. Are settling in. And Battlebee is mixing it up. He's going for a low ground setup. He's going for a 2 ranks Reaper opener. Okay, so much more aggressive start out of Battlebee. I mean, last game was quite aggressive. If you remember, Battlebee did go for a 3 base all-in with an 8 ranks. But this time, it's going to be much more aggressive earlier on. It's going to be 2 ranks Reaper. This does lead into a 2-1-1 follow-up off of 2 bases. It can go into a 3cc 2-1-1 as well. Battlebee has options. But before we get ahead of ourselves, the purpose of this opener is to get across the map and to wreak havoc and to contain the Zerg player and to deny the third. Now, if you remember, at the beginning of Game 1, Battlebee did delay the third base by quite a lot. Like, Mixu had a really hard time expanding and getting into his 3 base setup and his 3 base economy. We'll see if Battlebee can be as successful with a more aggressive start. Again, the purpose of this build is just to contain the Zerg player, to delay the third, and to get ahead economically. We'll see if we can. Now the first 2 Reapers are on the way. We should be getting up to 3 Reapers, not many more than that. And then we can start working on the tech lab, the reactor, and stim. Meanwhile, back at home, Mixu is opening up. Hatch gas pool overload will confirm the Reaper production. So Mixu's fully aware of what's going on. Will try to hide the drone. Bold move here out of Mixu. Does move out the worker. He's going to be hiding it on the right-hand side. And we'll see if he can get away with his expansion. As the drone is in position, Reaper has arrived. Poking in his toes. Dipping his toes even. Dancing with the lings. Gets 1 ling so far. 1 ling goes down. Hatchery is on the way. Now, if Battlebee spots this in time, he can recognize this and get into additional Reaper production. He does rotate, he confirms. We have 2, soon to be 3, soon to be 4 Reapers moving out across the map, and his goal here is to force a cancel. Mixu gonna try and save it. Yeah, the queens are amassing lings as well. Can Mixu save the hatchery? With the help of these 2 queens, he can. He's waddling on over, the hatchery taking a lot of damage. Behind this, Battlebee going for a 3rd CC. 3rd CC before starport. And the Reapers, they are... Oh no, we get us around! Big overextension. 1 Reaper goes down, and with that, Mixu, he holds. He holds, he saves the expansion. Whew. Very tense moment here, but Mixu will get away with it. And this opener from Battlebee has been a little bit lackluster. Link speed about to kick in. Reapers, they have to get the hell out of here. Looks like Mixu will try to get on top of this. Okay, setting up the surround. Yeah, we are set up, and we shut down almost every single Reaper. 1 Reaper will escape, but so far it's been a solid trade here from Mixu. Shutting down the Reapers, establishing the 3rd base, droning up, and getting into the mid-game. See Mixu hunting and looking for that final Reaper. And back at home, Battlebee is working towards his eventual move out with Stim, but it's going to be quite a ways away. Yeah, double E-base as well before the starport. Working towards Stim, eventually combat shields, Metavacs. But Battlebee is stuck at home, and Mixu is free to drone up. He has map control. Saturate his bases. And tech in towards Lingbane. You can see that Mixu, he's aware of what's going on. We have the Evo chamber on the way. That's going to be for +1 Carapace. That's gonna be for our Carapace upgrades. Likewise, Baliness as well. Eventually working on that +1. Hellions have arrived, and they're going to be poking in, and they're going to apply some pressure. They're going to pose a threat to Mixu, but again, Mixu should be okay. Should be able to keep up. Hellions are spotted. Lings fan out. A nice wiggle here out of Battlebee. Does catch those Lings. Shaves them off. Back at home, there's our starport. There's the add-on swap as well. A little bit of a messy natural, but we're getting there. Working towards those medevacs. Medevacs are on the way. And from here, Mixu's looking quite comfortable. He's fully saturated on 3 bases. Getting into more Ling Bane. Mixu is looking quite in control here. And by the time Battlebee moves out with these medevacs, I'm not so sure he can really get much done. It's going to be on Battlebee to try to drag away the attention of Mixu and create an opening. If he can distract with the Hellions and then hit the main with the drops, or hit the natural even with the drop play as well, there is potential. Until that happens, though, the Marines are going to be delayed. They're stuck at home. Just now moving out. At the same time, Hellions, they go for the natural. They go for the third. They go for the mineral line unless they don't get in. Mixu's keeping up. Double drop towards the south. At the same time, Mixu going for another big Ling run by. And he will hit the third base. SCVs are going down. Double drop across the map. Oh, the Bailings. Oh, they get targeted. Control out of Battlebee. Meanwhile, across the map, we catch reinforcements. They're going for the tank. And the tank gets caught out. Massive pickup. The tank does fall. SCVs as well. Sure, we have a double drop. We have Hellions as well, but we are keeping up. Mixu, he has more than enough back at home. And he denies the third. Again, Mixu, he minimizes his losses. He gets 7 SCVs across the map. And Mixu's getting ready for his own push. Likewise, working towards Hydras. It's going to be a Ling Bane Hydra out of Mixu. Catching out the Hellions. Tank is setting up, but honestly, Mixu, he can just go for the third. Nice target firing on the Bailings. Ooh, every Bailing does go down. Very nice control out of Battlebee. Shuts down the Bailings. Defense is third. Mixu getting ready for another run by. We'll get into the mineral line for a moment. Nice drops to get across the map, but Queens are in position. Ling Bane Hydra does respond. So far, we are keeping up. Catch a couple of these Queens at the same time. Bailing Runway does get in. Gets into the middle line. 12 SCVs go down. Battlebee, he is just being pulled apart here. Again, he had a really rough start, and you can see how much that snowballs into the mid-game as well. But Mix has just been all over Battlebee. Oh, the Bailings! Battlebee's paying attention. Does pull away. Does pull back. 4 CCs on the way for Battlebee, so he's trying to turtle, trying to get into a longer game, attempting to stabilize. Mixu's getting ready for his own move outs, just knocking down rocks, taking up towards Hive. Is teching. See if he can make it. Sorry, just had to check the door. Did have to check. For now, we're settling in. 4th base is being taken. Battlebee, can we stabilize here? I mean, we're turtling up quite well. We have a wall of tanks. We have our liberators as well. We're securing ourselves, but we're also spreading ourselves quite thin. Spreading ourselves thin, and here we go. Mixture collapsing in between the natural and the third. Bailings crash on 4. The tanks are exposed. No major Bailing connections yet. They don't quite make their way towards the Marines. So you get on top of the tanks at the same time. Ling drop into the main base, and Ling's a hit the fourth as well. Battlebee is holding though. Shuts down the main army. The Lings in the main did get some SCVs, but not really what Mixer was hoping for. 8 SCVs go down. Mixu being forced back. Mixu is being forced back, but alas, Mixu with his economy, he can maintain these losses. He can rebuild, he can remax, he can do this again. Trying to collapse off the army. Big tank shots going off. Taking down the Banelings, taking down the Hydras. Mixu taking up, thankfully, towards Hive Tech. It's going to be Ultras, Vipers as well. An army that can better break this kind of entrenched position. Bring Ling, Bane, Ultra, Viper. Likewise, Battlebee moving out is going to be what Mixu wants. Like, it's going to be difficult to break these siege positions, but if Battlebee moves out on the map, if he exposes himself, then Mixu can take a better fight. He's setting up. Well, I apologize for some of the frame drops. I mean, we're connected to Europe, and it's not ideal. But here we go. Ling run by here hits the planetary and into the natural as well. Battlebee out of position. Yeah, he's going all in. He's just setting everything across the map. He's had enough defending, and he's going to lose everything back at home. The planetary falls. A third base as well. SCVs are falling left and right. And Battlebee, he's going for the kill. He's looking to end it all here and now. Does hunt down 2 of those Vipers. Vipers do fall. Mixu racing back. And Queens are falling. Bases as well. We do catch a handful of those Marines. Again, we're hoping to try to catch Battlebee as he does overextend. But pushing into all these tanks is not going to be easy. Mixu setting up a surround. I'm just going for it, yeah, just going for a counterattack instead. He ignores the mass tank army. Yeah, breaking the natural. Or at least trying to. There's a tank on the high ground. Again, the tanks are holding their own. If Mixu had kept those Vipers alive, he could break this. 100%. Like 2-3 blinding clouds, and he could clean this up real quick. Vipers are being rebuilt. Another hatchery falling. Battlebee can still pull this off. Taking down 2 bases. Oh, and Mixu, he pulls the trigger. He collapses on in. Takes down some of these tanks and massive connections of the Marines. Marines are going down, but here come reinforcements across the map. And Mixu, has he overextended? Did he really need to take? Did he need to take that fight? He did not. Did not have to take it. He's going to lose his Queens, the Hydras as well. And Battlebee is going to knock down another base. Now Mixu, he's got 1.5 base economy back at home. That's a little bit worrisome. And Mixu losing more hatcheries. More bases are going down. Mixu a little bit too impatient there in that last fight. Vipers were on the way. He didn't have to take it. Didn't have to push in. You know, Mixu going for another run by. Gets more SCVs, denies the third. Battlebee, he's got the more efficient army. He's got 3-3. Vipers have arrived. We do go for the yoink. We get 1 tank. We get 1 tank, but not much else. And it looks like Battlebee, he's done it. No shot. Battlebee, he brings it all the way back. Knocks down the Bailey Nest, pushing into the natural base, and there's just not much here left. We deny the upgrades. Mixu, he was looking primed to take this. Mixu was in a good position. He did force the base trade, but alas, took some rough fights. Took some impatient fights. Lost his Vipers early on. Didn't have blinding clouds. And did fight without them. And with that, I'm not so sure that Mixu can recover because we're knocking down the bases. Yeah, there's no more economy, no more army. Another hatchery going to be going down. Ling's going to try to engage, but pure Ling against Bio like this, it's not going to work out well for the Zerg. We clean up every single Ling. same time pushing into the main, knocking down more hatcheries, knocking down more bases. More lings are trickling in, but again, we have plenty of Marines, plenty of Bio here to support. We have 3 ultras on the way. GG gets pulled, and Battle B will take it. We'll take game number 2 in the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very close, a very clutch game number 2 here. It was in favor of Mixu. Mixu, he was knocking down bases, he was crippling the economy, he forced the all-in out of Battle B, but again, Battle B had the more efficient army, had a mass amount of tanks and liberators, and there was no way to engage into that army without blinding clouds or without an overwhelming force yourself, and Mixu didn't have enough. He couldn't really break the force of his opponent. He lost the Vipers early on. He didn't wait for the additional Vipers either, and yeah, things went south real quick there for the Zerg, and Battle B advances on. GG. GG, well played. Personally, I would have loved to have seen an ace match. I would have loved to have seen a game 3, but alas, we won't quite be able to get that. Battle B will claim the series, and Battle B is going to be advancing on to the Grand Finals to face off against a Protoss player, MaxPax. Let's go. The best Protoss in all of Europe. MaxPax is lying in wait, has been patiently waiting, and is going to be going up against Battle B in a best of 5 Grand Finals. Let's go. Let us go. Just setting ourselves up. And I believe vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway, so we're going to be back in a couple of minutes here with our Grand Finals, just catching up. Only Marine should start up, not your internet too. I don't know if it's my internet. So for those that are curious, the stuttering that you saw, it isn't really impacting like OBS or anything like that. The players don't experience it either, just because they're, you know, in game, and it's only affecting the observers more than anything. It could be me, or it could be another one of the observers as well. That is the thing that does occur, where if one observer's having some latency issues, that it does affect the other observers. So it could be one of the two. If I ever do lag out of a game, I will just leave. I'll just leave the game. And I'll try to like cast via replays or something instead. Catching up. Is Light ever not hoping for an ace match? True. Not wrong, not wrong. I'm greedy, Pat. Oh, thank you, Air Orange, thank you. I have to pause my sub because I got laid off of work. What to say? I appreciate your casting. Thank you, Air Orange. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate the support for the many years of support actually that you've been supporting the CranKy Ducklings. So thank you. Thank you. Always appreciate it. We understand. We understand. Understand. But yeah, with that, we're going to be going in a short break. And oh, never mind. We were going to go in a short break, but it looks like the vetoes are done. Vetoes have concluded, and we are going to be jumping into our next series. Oh boy. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you believe will advance on as our champion this week in ESL Americas. Of course, MaxPax is the heavy favorite, 100%, but Battle B has shown us that he's been improving quite a lot over the past year, especially in WTL. We've seen Battle B pop off against some of the best players in the world, so I can definitely see a world where Battle B can take some maps, but a series, that's a little bit spicier of a prediction. Best of luck to Battle B. Best of luck. So we are getting ready. We have lobby. Let's go. There we go. as game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. As a reminder, of course, this is going to be a best of 5 grand finals, so at least 3 games. I'm hoping for more than 3, but again, it's going to be up to our players here. It's going to be up to MaxPax and BattleB. Here we go. And we're going to be jumping into Oceanborn as game number 1. The final series of the tournament, of the broadcast. As a reminder as well, if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft action, then we have you covered in a couple of hours. We're going to be live in 9.5 hours with OSC King of the Hill. OSC King of the Hill is going to be at 10 p.m. here in Australia. Again, in 9.5 hours. Because it's so far away, I will most likely sleep. I'll most likely just try to get some rest after this cast. Have a nap for a couple of hours so I can be freshened up for the next broadcast. That's going to be the plan. Well, breakfast would be nice as well. I would enjoy some breakfast. Would be good. I was thinking about maybe doing a ladder session and having a ladder stream after this cast, but especially because I was thinking the hill is later on, I don't think I have time. I don't think I have it in me, Bobby, to go from this into a ladder session into another cast. It's not gonna happen. Regardless, we're jumping into the grand finals, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Danish Protoss player, the purple Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player from the land of Germany, representing Berserker Esports. It is BattleB. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. And yeah, I'm excited to see a PvT. We haven't seen too many of these tonight. Not too many. Finally get to embrace them here in the finals, which we are quite used to. We're used to seeing, you know, players like Clem and MaxPax duke it out. Of course, a lot of players are traveling. I actually didn't mention this. If you're curious where all the Koreans, where all the Europeans and the Americans, and where all the, typical top players that compete in this tournament, well, they're traveling. They're all traveling. They're all headed over to Esports World Cup. The Esports World Cup is going to be tomorrow, in just over 24 hours time. So yeah, it's going to be a big event, the biggest event of the year, a massive prize pool, and it is the finals of the ESL Pro Tour. The Pro Tour has been building up towards the EWC, and it all ends this week. It's going to be a very long event. It's going to last an entire week worth of StarCraft as well, starting tomorrow. And we do have permission to co-stream. We have permission to co-stream, so we will most likely be all over EWC. I'm gonna say that we'll co-stream day 1, and we'll feel it out. If it's something that we enjoy, if it's something that we want, then we'll continue to co-stream the rest of the event. But for now, we'll at least do day 1. Day 1 co-streaming. It's gonna be a long day of StarCraft as well, so we'll see if I'm up for it. Oh boy. For now, we are going to be going for a more economic opener. Racks expand into our factory and starport follow-up here. Sorry, factory into second racks. Okay, BattleB, looks like he's setting up for a 2-base all-in. Interesting. Meanwhile, back at home, Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax for a safe play, going for Blink instead. Now, what I mean by a 2-base all-in, we are delaying the starport. This is a heavy delay on the starport. I wouldn't be surprised if we throw down a 3rd racks behind this. So for a 3-rack setup before the starport means we're going to be prioritizing army production, marines, marauders, tank production as well, into delayed medevacs, into eventually a 2-base push, into potentially a 2-base all-in. That's what we're kind of reading from this. MaxPax is in the dark. MaxPax is on CO, but he shades in. Does shade into the main base, and he will not get eyes on the production, not yet. Does commit to the shade. Blinking into the main, does not get eyes on the second racks, but will get 2 SCV kills. And 2 SCVs go down. We shade in, we get eyes on the factory, and the second racks as well. Big scout here from MaxPax, and he's going for a Dark Shrine. Not Blink. Okay, MaxPax having a little bit of fun here. Going for the Dark Shrine opener, and something you don't see too often. Now, DTs can just straight up end the game. If there's no scan, if we mule at the wrong moment, at the wrong time, then DTs will just end it here and now. So we'll keep an eye on Battle B, and hopefully we don't mule too hard. Oh boy. As the Adept does shade into the mineral line. Now what's concerning is that if we get any more SCV kills, then Battle B is going to be very prone to muling to make up for his dead SCVs. Does attempt to move out. Prism does manage to scrub by. We just muled in the main, or we muled at the natural. We're about to have a mule available here on the low ground as well. Oh, and we do mule as well. Okay, no scans at the natural, no scan in the main base either. And the DTs are coming. The Dark Shrine is now done. DTs are morphing in. We will soon have a scan in the main, but we need a little bit more time. Until then, damage is going to be done, and we're only going to have one scan. Uh-oh. We're only going to have the one scan available. And yeah, it ends the game. GG, well played. No scans, 2 DTs. GG. GG. The Invisible Man, he does it again. The Invisible Man. GG, well played. Max Pax takes the lead. Takes game 1. We've seen this happen before. Fun fact, it was 2 weeks ago. If you were watching here on the channel, ESL Americas, 2 weeks ago, we casted Geralt versus Bjorn, and the same thing happened, where Geralt showed up with 2 DTs, and Bjorn happened to mule at just like 2 seconds before the DTs arrived. Bjorn muled, and Bjorn GG'd out. Like, it happens to even the best players in the world, even players like Bjorn, where if you mule at the wrong moments, that's game. That is game then and there. And that's how Geralt was able to force the ace match against Bjorn. Well, I say ace match. Take game 1 against Bjorn. That was like 2 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago. In ESL Americas. It can be brutal. It can be brutal. Fun fact, Geralt did the same thing against Bjorn last week, but this time Bjorn was ready. Like, after Bjorn got caught with his pants down the week before, the week after, Geralt tried it again, and Bjorn was prepared. So, yeah. he got his revenge. He got his revenge. For now, we're settling in. We're going to be settling into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our purple Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Max Pax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Berserker Esports. Down in the series, we're going to bounce back here and now. It is Battle B. Does Light ever have a full sleep arena? Very rarely. Very rarely. Smooch. I slept 4 hours today. I don't know how. I went to bed at 2 a.m. and I woke up at 6 a.m. to cast at 9 a.m. I could have slept like an extra hour or 2, but I just suddenly woke up, so... Yeah, intermittent sleeping. 4 hours at a time. It's fine, it's fine. We're still standing. As we do have a double gas opener this time. It's going to be double gas out of Battle B. Going for a faster factory, a delayed CC. So a very different opener here at Battle B this time. As we do end up losing an SCV, the probe survives. I was about to say that this could be the beginning of a one-base all-in, but the probe is posing a threat, and let's get eyes on the factory. Now, we'll see if Battle B throws down a starport as well. I mean, Ghost River is a very small map, and we have seen one-base all-ins on this map before. I can't believe the Invisible Man is greater than the man with gun. Yo, oh, you know what we need? You know what would break the game? Invisible Man with gun. Be crazy. I mean, ghosts are pretty good. True, true. You know, we have that ghost copy pasta for TVZ. Is that Terran late game is so hard? You need ghosts against ultras, ghosts against vipers, against infestors, against broodlords, against corruptors. Against everything. But there you go. The only thing stronger. Invisible Man with gun. Aye, aye, aye. As once again, Twilight Council opener at a max fax. This time it should be Blink. I did assume it was Blink in game 1. It was DTs, but I can't imagine we do the same kind of opener 2 games in a row. I imagine we're going to be embracing Blink instead. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, back at home, it is a 1-1-1 setup, going for a CC on the high ground, not a one-base all-in. The Windmine does burrow. And that is a Tech Lab on the factory. Do we go for an add-on swap, but we're going for the Banshee. Add-on swap is upon us. Now, this could be Banshee play, or it could be a very safe Raven opener. Based on what happened in Game 1, it would make sense. There it is. Banshee, though, from Battle B. So we're building up towards Banshees, I imagine, into tank production as well with another Tech Lab. Yeah, there it is. Tech Lab's on the way, so we're going into tank Banshee. This is a very aggressive start. This has been quite common and quite popular amongst the Terran players as of late, ever since DreamHack Dallas. We've seen a lot of the Korean Terrans and the European Terrans thereafter as well embrace Banshee tank. Adept's going to be threatening a shade. Ooh, we do not wall off. A rough moment for Battle B as we lose more SCVs. We get a full scout as well. We get Ice of the Tech Lab. The Adepts, they confirm the Banshees. They confirm the Cloak. Max, he's fully aware. He gets 3 SCV kills already. 3 SCVs go down. Oh, God. 3 SCVs go down, and I guess because of the full scouts, because Battle B was fully scattered, he does end up tapping out. GG, Max Pax takes a 2-0 lead. This is turning into a really fast finals. Oh, God. We haven't even embraced 2-base saturation. Oh, my God. Not in Game 1 or in Game 2. Not like this. Not like this, Pappy, as we're getting into Game 3. We're on match point. Again, Max Pax, he got a lot of worker kills. He got a full scouts. The Cloak Banshees were designed to hopefully catch Max Pax off guard. And yeah, Battle B, we'll see if we can recover here. I'm hoping we can, but I'm a little bit afraid that maybe Battle B's mental state is also being attacked as well. Like, especially Game 1, losing to DTs can be brutal. Can be really frustrating. And, yeah, we'll see if we can recover. I hope so. I do hope so. As we are going to be settling in and getting into Game 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Purple Protoss player representing Psy Storm Gaming. 1 game away from becoming this week's ESL Americas champion. It is Max Pax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. Here we go. We're going to be settling in. Again, last game, it was a Blink-based opener. We didn't really embrace Blink, unfortunately. Didn't quite get there. As we do have a Battle B opening up with a single gas this time, and I'm hoping for something more economic. As Max Pax is moving out. I'm hoping we can recover. Hoping we can settle in. So I'm just catching up on the stream. Just catching up. The probe has arrived. Again, it is only 1 gas, so we're going for a CC. We're going for something more economic from Battle B this time. Hoping we can recover. Likewise, Max Pax going for a standard opener, going for a gate cyber expand. Everything looking normal from the side of Max Pax. And Battle B does get a CC on location. Is delayed for a couple of seconds, but not for too long. The base is on the way. And Battle B follows it up with a factory. Okay, so it's going to be a rack to spend into the factory follow-up. No 3 racks, for example. No fast third CC. Not yet. Right, we're calming down. Calming things down. Reverse sweep, let's go. I mean, I want to believe we can extend the series. Battle B, bring it back, Bobby. You can do it. You can do it. As once again, the Twilight Council. We've seen the Twilight Council every single game. Game 1 was ZT's. Game 2 was Blink. Game 3, what's it going to be? I imagine it's going to be Blink again. It's just a really secure and safe way to open up. Working towards Blink Stalkers. And there are also different kind of levels of Blink as well. 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or even 4 gateways. So keep an eye on Max. As Yep gets across the map, we'll delay the CC. We get one SCV and we're going to get another. Oh my god, the base barely does survive. Thankfully, we saved the worker. Whew, we're okay. As Battleby will expand, getting into his 1-1-1. Adept is shut down. And it is indeed going to be Blink. Blink is on the way for Max. Followed by the second gateway. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count to see if Max wants to be aggressive. Ooh, Adept does shade in. Shades into the main. Max is a full scout. He confirms the 1-1-1. He confirms lack of add-ons. And SCVs are under fire. Oh, we're going to get 2 SCVs in the main. Oh, God. We're going to get not just 2. We almost get 3. Meanwhile, across the map, Hellion, likewise, getting a probe. Gets a probe across the map. Adept is cleaned up. And now we can work towards our drop play. It's going to be Widowmine and a handful of Marines. There's potential in this drop. The problem is that Max actually scouted. He saw the lack of add-ons, he can piece together it's going to be drops, and he's moving up with the Stalkers to intercept. And Blink isn't done yet, but we do come across the Medevac. No! The Medevac takes a lot of hits, but it will survive. Whew, just barely. Medevac does get out of there. Making its way towards the main. Max keeps moving out. Doesn't turn around. A bold move out of Max. Widowmine is in position. Max punishing the natural. Ooh, shaving off some of those Marines. Medevac forced to pick up when we deny mining at the natural base. That is brutal. We're stuck on one base economy. The drop is likewise stuck outside the main as well. Max, he defends, he attacks. Will regain control of his natural though. Blink is done. And again, it's only 2 gates. Oh, my apologies. 3-gate Blink out of Max, going for a 3rd. Very safe play. Setting up a 3rd expansion, reinforcing across the map. The Prism has arrived. We dive on top of the tank. The tank goes down. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, that was the backbone of Battleby falling instantly. GG gets called, and Max will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Max. A very dominant performance here in the Grand Finals, but Max is the best Protoss in all of Europe, and one of the best Protoss players in the world, if not the world, arguably. But Max, he is amazing at what he does, and Battleby, unfortunately, despite his amazing performance making it to the finals, was unable to take it to Max. Some really rough games. Unfortunately, we were really unable to embrace a longer game. We weren't able to even saturate our natural, either game 1 or game 2 or game 3 for Battleby. Max wasn't even going for an all-in that game. He was setting up for a 3rd base. He was going for a safe opener with 3-gate Blink, but did overwhelm Battleby. Very smooth play out of Max. Very impressive, as always. As always, Max does take it. Congratulations! My condolences to Battleby, but I don't want to take away from his overall performance, because even though Battleby may have struggled against Max, he did make it to the finals. He does earn quite a bit of money as a result. Congratulations to Battleby for making it this far and becoming this week's runner-up. Congrats. Congratulations. Also, a shout out to the other semi-finalists, to Dolan and to Mixu. For those who don't know, it's top 4. Top 4 get paid out, so top 4 are in the money. Dolan making it to the upper semis and Mixu to the lower semi-finals. Unfortunately, I wish I was there to cast Dolan. He's our boy. He's one of the CranKy Ducklings, but we did miss him. He did pass us by, and again, Dolan had also an amazing run to make it to those semis. Likewise, Mixu almost forcing an ace match against Battleby. A lot of wild plays and a lot of amazing games here tonight. GG, well played. with that, we are going to be wrapping up for the morning for the first broadcast of the day. I mentioned before that we're going to be back in 9 hours and 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Just over 9 hours time, we're going to be back here on the channel. We're going to be live with the OSC King of the Hill. If you're curious, if you maybe haven't seen that before, we cast it quite often on the channel. It's usually either casted by Wardy or ourselves. This week, Wardy is traveling. He's traveling to EWC. So because he's traveling, we will be stepping in and we'll be broadcasting the OSC King of the Hill instead. I almost said Kung Fu Cup. The other one, King of the Hill. But if you're curious, King of the Hill is a best-of-1 format tournament, King of the Hill style, where the winner stays on and the loser gets knocked out and replaced by another challenger and another until the winner is dethroned. And then we get a new King of the Hill. So it's 15 best-of-1s, 15 players, purely best-of-1 format, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's always a wild ride over in OSC King of the Hill, and again, that's going to be 9 hours, so gonna be going to bed. I'm gonna go and get some rest. I was tempted to stream a little bit and to ladder, but yeah, we'll end it here tonight, especially because I would like some food. Food would be good. So I'm gonna go get some food, gonna go get some rest. We'll be back with OC King of the Hill. Tomorrow we're also gonna be live with the Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup is gonna be featured on the channel tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We'll just message some lovely people about that. But if you're curious, what is Code for Giants Cup? It is a Brazilian-only tournament. So if you want some Brazilian StarCraft, we got you covered tomorrow in less than 24 hours. After that, we will be co-streaming EWC. Tomorrow in just over 24 hours is going to be the Esports World Cup. Day 1 is going to be tomorrow. We might have a podcast before EWC. It's going to be close, though. It's going to be very close, and I don't know if we really have time for the podcast. But we might have like a bit of a talk show, a bit of a pre-show to EWC, and then jump into co-streaming. That might be the plan. Might be. We'll see. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. We'll see you guys later tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys when we see you again. We have typically daily StarCraft on the channel. Another thing I should also say while everyone's around, we have been casting a little bit less over the past week of StarCraft. A big reason for that isn't just Stormgate releasing. I haven't played Stormgate yet, but also the end of the season, right? Kung Fu Cup has wrapped up. World Team League is wrapping up as well. For those who don't know, this is the final month of the ESL Open Cups. I kind of alluded to it, but ESL Open Cups are only scheduled for the remainder of August, and they are not scheduled for September, if I recall correctly. We don't know what's going to happen with the ESL Pro Tour. From my understanding, if StarCraft does well at EWC, viewership-wise, then they would be, the people behind EWC are going to be more incentivized to fund it and to sponsor it for another year. If that happens, then ESL will, of course, be running another season of EPT. That is at least what I'm aware of, or at least what I'm assuming is to be the case. If it doesn't do well, then that won't happen, and ESL might bring back the EPT, but in a bit of a reduced format, a bit of a smaller format instead. It's up in the air. There's a little bit of ambiguity surrounding the future of StarCraft at the moment, and the most that we can say is support it, to watch it, to again be there and support it and cheer for your players at Esports World Cup. Again, I feel like a lot of the future of StarCraft is going to be riding on the success of that tournament and how popular it is. So yeah, be sure you're a part of it. Be sure that you do support it. I know that I'm going to be watching. I'm going to ruin my sleep schedule completely just to watch EWC. It's going to destroy me. it's going to ruin me, Pop. It's going to ruin me. But I'll try to stay up, and I'll try to tune in for as much as I can. I'll do my best. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. We might have a replay cast on Thursday. we might try to make some content there. Otherwise, I'm most likely going to be streaming those days on my personal channel and co-streaming EWC as well. Again, there's no tournaments going on during Esports World Cup, which is why we have our schedule free. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys when we see you. See you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego, ciao. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Bye. If you want to support us, !Patreon, !socials. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We also stream over on our YouTube channel. So we're live on YouTube and on Twitch. We do upload VOD on a daily basis on YouTube. So plenty of content if you want some more StarCraft. And likewise, Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments as well. If you want to support the CranKy Ducklings, that is the place to do it. Otherwise, you can subscribe. You can become a member on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch, donate, or even just watch. Just watch the StarCraft. That's all we need. That's all we need. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.